trek across the land, seeking the jobs for helping hands. If any need a battle to be won, and when I'm given one, I don't rest until it's done. Oh, me, my sword and my mercenary band. We trek across the land, seeking the jobs for helping hands. If any need a battle to be won, and when we're given one, we don't rest until it's done. Oh, me, my sword, and my mercenary band. I've made a home of the winding road, traded my living for wanderer's woes. Feet on the earth, head in the clouds, I walk the world alone. Long have I traveled across these lands. Long is the journey that never ends. Back home there are farmers and blacksmiths galore, but out in the world I can be so much more. I've met mages and fae, I've met soldiers at war, and set eyes upon distant.
Oh, it's done it again. Interesting. Don't know what happened there, but we'll switch over to the other one. This is why you have backups. So welcome back to campaign 1. This is episode 12. Last we left off, you guys had a very long lore research library session. It wasn't actually that long, but you learned a lot of stuff, and after that you set off towards Obscurum, with the idea being that you could look into a little bit of what's going on with that very shady house. There's not a lot of information leaves that area, but also to help perhaps get Larea some help for the currently cursed artifact that has attached itself to her. You arrived at a very quaint village, the village of Lymwick, and had a nice, softly drinking session before you all retired to the inn for the night. We pick back up in the morning, so you will have a long rest. As the sun beams through the round windows, dust motes dancing in the rays as you wake up inside the Petals Rest Inn. A gentle hum of distant activity and the rich aroma of honey-drizzled porridge invites you downstairs, and in the common area, the innkeep, a plump, red-cheeked halfling, offers breakfast. Beyond the inn's door, colourful streamers and halfling voices hint at the Flower Festival's festivities, already underway. Bellini, you're the first downstairs. How are you feeling?
I wake up, I do a little stretch, I do some, as I walk down, I wave, I sit down, I order a pot of tea, I set F on the table next to me, and I also make him a little plate, fully knowing he does not actually eat, but it felt like he should be part of this, as we amass various companions. And I do some stretches just on my stool. I prepare the innkeeper that Gio is gonna order a lot of food. And that he should, whatever he's making, quadruple it. and I slide him some money for it. And I say, "Oh, seems like the festivities started early today. Well, my companions will awake at some point and come down and join us."
Wonderful. She sort of nods, quickly goes with some sort of haste to go make as much food as she could possibly amass in that short period of time. Ku, how did you sleep?
I don't think it's anything special for Ku. Pretty standard fare.
All right. Well, you are second down to join the rest of your party. What does it look like when you come downstairs and join your friend?
Yeah, I think he just finds a table, some coffee, and not really a morning person.
Yes, you are a bit of a nocturnal creature. Loraya, your
Yes.
dreams were a little bit more filled than the others.
Mm.
How is Loraya feeling in that morning, and what is sort of
Well,
reminiscing on her mind?
I have a banging headache, deep set eyes, or what do you call them? Bags under her eyes. But honestly, you couldn't really tell the difference from how she normally looks. But she's through the ringer, and she comes down. I come downstairs. Morrow on my shoulder, who kept me company throughout the night, and I'm a little slouchy, but overall doesn't look too different, like I mentioned, than how she looks regularly. Morrow, upon seeing food and drinks on the table, just flies over, knocks a couple of plates over, and I just run over to him. "You wretched creature, stop that!" And I get one of his legs and I escort him outside and let him fly. And then I return back inside and say, "Morning, morning, Bloom. Morning, sorry, morning, Bellini. Morning, Ku. What's for breakfast?"
We got eggs, we got rashers, we got soup, there's tea, there's coffee. I think that person has been up all night drinking, so I think he's having beer for breakfast.
Mm.
There's just a man in the corner, very obviously drunk. Yeah. They're making more food for Geo when he eventually. Where did he sleep? Well, we might have lost Geo. He might be either asleep in a trough somewhere and or have fallen asleep raiding a pantry.
Probably, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Geo, can you roll me a d4, please?
Yes.
Let's find out where you were.
2.
Okay. You sort of open your eyes very slowly to the very velvety nudge and on your shoulder, and you turn your head and you're greeted by the sight of a horse just standing over you, sort of nudging your face ever so slightly. You went to sleep in the nearest stable, which is next to the inn.
Nah, that tracks out. I get up and I pet the horse.
Yeah, just very instinctively kind to you, it would seem.
And then I shake the random hay off of me that I knew probably ended up in places I will not say as I slept. And then I work my way back over to the tavern.
Cool. Yeah, you sort of duck your head as you enter a very low ceiling for a halfling inn. You all hear the very more heavy thudding footsteps of your companion as he enters, and greeted once again with that smell of honey and lavender.
Oh, there he is. Morning.
Good morning. Hey, Bellini. Hey, Larea. Hey, Koo.
Kudu just raises his cup. Doesn't actually say anything.
So grumpy.
F just waves from the table. Very
Hiya.
excited to see you.
I pull a piece of straw out of my ear and I give it to Eth.
It combusts instantly. It just goes.
Remember, it has wax on it because I pulled it out of my ear.
It burns like a candle. And he just stands there holding it like a sparkler, like a small child. And he just waves back and forth and he goes, "Wee."
Amazing.
Just like, don't set yourself on fire. Be careful.
There's a soft rumbling noise as the innkeeper sort of rolls an empty barrel to the table and offers it to Geo as a seat. She quickly disappears again before returning with a full tray of various different teas and morning eggs, and once again that porridge with the honey. Hands out to all of you. Could
I get a bowl.
Could I get you anything else, or is that everything?
I'm all right. You guys, do you need anything else?
Question. Yeah. Can you answer a question for me?
Sure.
The flower festival.
Uh-huh.
How does this work? What should I expect? We're new here.
I don't know what you mean.
Like, do I need to buy tickets? Are there rides? Will do I just sit and watch?
I'm
Is
so
there pie?
so there's all
anything,
sorts of
food on a
stalls
stick?
and things you can go and visit for sure.
Ooh, and what's like the big event?
That would be the different flower competitions for sure.
Okay.
So there's one of like there's like an exotic category, there's most bloomed in a harvest, there's the very obvious most attractive bouquet, and various other categories.
Is there a most edible one?
She sort of like frowns for a second. I don't know actually. I'm not really privy to the inner workings of it. But you could check with the mayor. I'm sure she has the list.
I'll do that.
Do you need to be a citizen of the town to enter?
Well, you'd have to have proof of your flowers.
Can I channel some druid energy into my hands and make a flower grow in my hands? Would this get me disqualified if I do this?
Well, yes, because it's got to come from a vetted place of, like a farm or if you grow it in your back garden or things like that. You have an inspector who comes around and checks it all.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. I look at Eth and I go, "Sorry, buddy. You cannot enter the flower competition."
I'm sure we can find a way to get some flowers.
Okay, but
to
we will play carnival games, and I will also get you another sparkler. Yeah. Thank you.
I start looking at Geo and sort of patting him down, looking for more straw. Like, you heard the guy. He needs another sparkler. Where did you put all of it? Pluck a straw out somewhere. Hand it to Ed.
That one wasn't a straw. That was a hair.
Oh, that probably burns pretty well too.
It lights like a candle, and Eth just holds it and goes back and forth.
How much grease do you have on you that your hair burns so well like a Wicca?
I'd rather not answer that question.
I'm not gonna say it.
I just shove spoons of porridge into my face, and I seem to sort of get in a better mood the more I eat and have a bit of tea. Kind of grumble, it's probably too early for a glass of mead, isn't it? I probably shouldn't do that.
It's never too early.
You say that, but no, it's fine. I'll just stick to the mead. I'll just put loads of honey in it and I'll just act like it's hot mead.
The
And I
drunk
do so.
the drunk man at the other table sort of like lifts his weak, lolling head and he's like, "It's 5 o'clock somewhere in the Dwarven kingdoms," and then goes back to sleeping.
Right, you are, sir. And I take my tea glass and I sort of.
Have you heard of? Excuse me, sir. Have you heard of a place called Margaritaville?
He's out.
Oh. Okay. Jimothy Buffo is canonically to this world, just in a different area of the world, and he has opened a franchise business where people do waste away.
Yeah, the citizens of Alariel are thought of to be strange, and not many people go there except for a tourist destination. For anyone that doesn't know, that's Bloom's. I gave Bloom an area in Elindrian that I was like, you can do whatever you want, just don't let it spill out onto the other continent.
It's just pure chaos.
Well, yeah, I like
and
it.
references.
Yeah, it's a lot of references.
I don't know how to frame the world in any other way.
What wasn't your first session, or the second session, the Fonz Goblin?
The party get to know you session, and them having to like solve puzzles together, was they got dropped through a trap door into the diner set from Happy Days, by
That's what it was.
Fonzarelli and the Boys, which are a gnome gang of criminals, and they had to escape the set through a door that says "Don't knock the door."
Oh, I remember. Yeah. Anyway.
It took a while.
Yeah, you'll sort of dig into your breakfast in various different ways. Geo, I don't know what you get up to, but I'm scared.
Oh, it's already done. I ate all the food that they put in front of me.
Nice.
Not to mention the plates or bowls and cup.
Cool. As you're all sitting there, once again you notice a small, sort of skinny, young halfling boy runs in, talks with the innkeeper. There's a quick hushed tone of frantic conversation before he runs out again. Apart from that, everything seems very pleasant, and you can hear the soft chatter of people beginning to congregate and move around the various different stalls that have been set up outside.
I'm very nosy, and I noticed something similar happening the night before. Can I do a check if I can see where the boy ran off to? Outside, like peek through the window.
Yeah, make a perception check for me.
I will. That's a 10.
He quickly darts into the crowd, and you're able to see that he did make his way towards where a lot of the various different, not really market, but pop-up stalls have been set up for the competition.
Yeah. All right. Well, why don't we go check out these flowers then?
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. I'd love to join a flower competition. I think flowers are lovely.
I push back from the table. I offer Lorraine my hand. I say, "Shall we go?"
Let's go.
And
I
we
get up.
walk out.
Yeah. You all enter into the riot of pastel banners and stalls brimming with various different blossoms. There's children wearing different flower crowns, and near a small stage stands what you assume to be the mayor, sort of auburn curled halfling with quite a practical apron. She seems to have a little bit of dirt on her hands, and she's sort of talking to various different people throughout the crowd. Off to one side is a more wiry female halfling, again with dirt-stained fingers. She's holding a journal in one hand, and sort of very big glasses and puffy, curly hair, quickly jotting down various different things as she moves between the stalls.
I kind of want to not per se shadow that person, but sort of follow them along to see what she's looking at and look at the stalls. What kind of stall do I see? Are they selling? Are they displaying? What are they doing?
So a lot of these appear to be displays of various different flowers, and some are vegetables. You see like the zucchini the size of your head. It seems most of these stalls are set up for entry into the competition, and then there's a couple off to one side that are selling more edible goods, and you do spot some daisies and sunflowers that are marked with edible underneath.
I look at Gio as we walk through these edible sections, and I say, "You can only eat what you pay for, and if they say they can eat it, I don't want us to get kicked out of town." And
Oh,
or
don't worry. I'm
anything
gonna go
that we
talk to
is
the
not-
mayor before I eat anything else.
Okay, great. And we're following the mayor at the moment, right? We're the
I believe Larea is. Are you making
Okay.
any attempt to stealth your way, or you just casually happen to be near them?
I'm not casually. I'm very loud, so I'm just there.
Yeah, so Larea is following what you could assume to be maybe one of the judges, or maybe an entrant, or maybe someone clearly very interested in all the different stalls. Geo sort of quickly thumping his way towards the mayor. She spots you immediately. You are the tallest being, probably in the nearest couple of miles. Immediately locks eyes with more your chest, because she can't actually look up that far without hurting her head.
I kneel down so she can see my face.
Mhm.
Like, excuse me. I have a bad habit of eating everything, so I just wanted to ask you, are there any edible flowers here?
I believe so. Yes, there's. If you look at the stall right over there with your, she sort of gestures near to where Bellini just happens to be standing. Behind him is the stall, and he hasn't turned around yet. And just gestures over there. You can help yourself, since you're visitors to the town. I heard you had quite a nice time, and we don't often get tourists, so help yourself and tell them that I'll take care of any monetary value should you need it.
Oh, are you sure? I could probably eat your whole town if I wanted to.
Let's just keep it to the edible flowers at that stall, if you wouldn't mind.
I'll come ask before I eat anything else.
That would
Gio
be
gets up and
very
walks
nice.
over.
Yes. Larea, as you're sort of following this wiry, green-thumbed halfling, you notice a lot of what she's quickly scribbling down seems to be observations of the different flowers. She seems to stay a lot at what you would assume are more exotic entrants. Quickly moves over some of the day-to-day mundane flowers. Very interested in the ones that you have seen sometimes in Tazisraela, but you know that aren't natural to this sort of landscape.
I bend over to her and I get very near her ear. What's your favorite flower? Without announcing myself.
Good Lord. Whew, sorry, you almost gave me a heart attack.
Oh, that happens all the time.
Oh, what was the question?
What's your favorite flower? See, I like
Oh.
lilies. They're on graves a lot.
I don't know. There's quite a various different ones, but I've recently bought some new seeds that I'm very intrigued into. Apparently, they can grow very quickly and in the most harsh environment. So probably those ones. I haven't actually seen them bloom yet. So.
I'm so excited. How fast is fast? Can you like plant them right now and I can see?
Well, I planted them last week, and so they're due
Oh.
to bloom this morning. But I haven't had a chance to check on them because I had to quickly see what everyone else was entering into the competition. So it's been a lot.
You're doing some tactical competition work. I see.
Well, you know, a little.
Very wise, very wise. Well, I won't bother you. Although, do you have any recommendations for tourists such as ourselves? Can we participate in something? I really want to participate in something. I love flowers.
Well, I've heard that although you can't enter because you have to be vetted beforehand and things like that, you can request to be a judge. I'm told. Sorry.
Well, I look over at my companions. I'm sure we'd love that. I'll go ask that. Do we ask you?
Oh, God, no! I'm an entrant. No, you'd have to ask the mayor probably. But
All right.
mine are gonna not to sway you in any way, but mine are very innovative. I think.
I'm sure they are. I haven't asked your name. What's your name?
Hestia.
Ah, beautiful. Very homesteady.
Thank you.
I'll see you around, Hestia.
Okay.
And I walk over to Bellini. I'm like, we can be judges.
Bellini stepped away to go investigate something that fell.
Yeah, we can be judges. Do you want to be a judge? Without eating, of course. We're not judges of edible plants, but, look at them. Can you do that?
I mean, I can look at them, and then I just have to ask the mayor if I can eat them afterwards. So.
Sounds fair.
I'll save all the ones that I want to eat, and then ask her. So I'll judge by how edible they look.
I think that's a good category to add. Yeah. They really should think about that. I hope none of them are all too poisonous. How much harm could a flower do, really?
I think it depends on the flowers.
I guess that's right. Oh well. I think I would like to offer us to be judges if the rest of the party agrees with that.
That works for me.
Yeah, really down to you guys.
At this point, Gio's just eating the stall that he said he could eat.
Just
You just hear the soft crunching of a piece of wood that he's snapped off of the stall. The young man behind it sort of like wide-eyed, looking very panicked.
The mayor said she would take care of the costs. Don't worry.
Oh, she did?
Oh.
Yeah. But I can only eat this stall and what you have.
He sort of like thinks for a moment and then like looks at part of the stall and just rips off half the table and hands it to you.
I walk over because I do not know the mayor said that they would pay for it, and just hand the the shopkeep like 2 gold and say, did he? I'm sorry if he asked if you could eat your stall.
The mayor said she'd take care of any financials, and he just punches a hole through part of the sign and hands you a piece.
I'm not gonna eat your stall, but thanks for offering. And I look towards the mayor and I go, And I just shake my head no, and I go, oh, no. And I like very obviously like hand this shopkeep some gold.
Very nice. How much gold?
5.
Cool. Yeah, mark it off. He's very
Um,
happy to take the gold.
Um,
I look for a stray dandelion on the floor that might have been with the chaos of Geo eating the stall, and I just look at it and then I bite the head off the the young yellow dandelion.
Yeah, as
Um,
you bite into it, there's an explosion of your senses, and you're hit with this like very lemony zest that explodes into your mouth.
These are not the ones I usually find. These are great. How do you do that? I know you can make jam out of them, but this is much better.
Well, true magician never tells his secrets. Not that I use
Ah.
magic. And he sort of like.
But you
looks
just
to one
said you were a
side.
magician.
Look, well, okay. I use a little bit. Okay, my uncle was a druid. He taught me some stuff. Just don't tell the mayor because we're not meant to. It's not outlawed. It's just very frowned upon.
Well, your secret is safe with the new judges of this competition.
wait, we get to be judges?
Yes, we're gonna be judges. I mean, we have to actually ask the mayor, but I have a strong suspicion that we will be judges. Absolutely.
Let's go, celebrity judge. I can introduce skee ball to this gnome village. Let's go. Or halfling village. Let's go.
Honestly.
I kind of look over the crowd to see if I can find the mayor. What I assume to be the mayor. I ask Joe, which one's the mayor?
I point to the mayor. Like she's that one.
Yeah. You see, she's
Anna.
sort of talking to the innkeeper. Seems very in depth into conversation.
I go over there and having a very poor social skills, I kneel down, which is frowned upon, obviously. Like, hi. So, we heard we could be judges.
As you get over there, make a perception check for me.
I go with her.
That's a 15.
Okay. Bellini?
I rolled a 5 plus, I believe, 5, so that's it. 5 plus 5, 10.
Cool. So you
I'm
can
doing
notice
great.
they're having the conversation. It sort of ends as you get there. Larea, you notice and can hear the sort of trail end of the conversation. The best you can make of it, they're talking about cheating, and you hear Hestia's name come up. You also hear concern because of what happened last year.
Okay.
But yes,
just
as you
pulling up that-
get there and make yourself known, the mayor's quickly very eager and nods. Yeah, absolutely. Let's say you can be guest judges and maybe pair up and you can each pair can have a vote.
Of course. Is there anything we need to look out for special?
She looks at the innkeeper for a moment and then looks back. Well, I mean, you're just guests, so I couldn't possibly ask you. Unless you were
Ask me anything.
unless you were willing.
Of course.
Oh, well, there's some concern about one of the entrants. Last year she entered what could we only assumed as a dangerously poisonous flower, and this year there's talk that she has something new, and we're not entirely sure what it is. So we were wondering if you would go look at it before she brings it to the competition.
Is it the pretty one with the wild hair?
I mean, not that I've noticed, but I guess, yeah.
I can talk to her. We could do that. What do you say?
I'm a druid. If that helps
Oh, okay.
at all.
I mean, does it help you?
I can do this, and I hold my hands together, and a flower grows.
Oh, that is quite cool, actually.
I also have a haunted doll.
That is
And F
terrifying.
peeks his head over and just waves, and does it, and just goes hi.
She
His
sort of
name is F.
takes a step back. Okay.
He's my druidic spirit. He's magical.
Is this some sort of demon pact thing?
No,
Oh no, that's my
no.
thing.
Oh. Right. Well, yes, I believe Hestia is the one you said was beautiful. She's not really my type, but sure. Yeah.
Pity. We'll talk to her. We can do that.
Uh-huh. And she looks back at Bellini. Can you and your cute friend please go and look at it?
Yeah. Yeah, I can look at weird plants. I can do that.
Nice. Well,
Yeah.
I have to go check that the stalls are within regulation. And she sort of totters off.
Okay.
I know where she is. I know exactly. I talked to her just a second ago. It's a wild coincidence. We have to go check with her. And so I guess I lead everyone towards Hestia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I rush over to her. Hestia, darling, listen. Hestia.
Oh, you're back.
I am.
Oh,
I just,
okay.
I could not get those flowers you mentioned out of my mind. You see, I'm very interested in flowers and I need to see it. Like now.
Make a persuasion roll.
And that's a 14.
I'm gonna have to roll against it.
You did this to yourself.
She quickly, narrows her eyes. She made you judges, didn't she?
Yes, but that's not the point of me looking at them. You see, I'm in the grave business and I'm very, 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 very interested in flowers because you must know of all people how important flowers are to funeral rites. This is purely personal interest.
No.
What do you mean, no?
This is valuable research as well as I could win the exotic entry. I'm not letting it be tainted by judges' hands. Thank
You
very
are
much.
talking to a judge. Do you realise that?
Yes. And you will look at it when I present it this evening.
Bellini!
I walk over and I go, hi, yes. My name's Bellini. I've
Hello.
been told, I go, can you describe your plant to me?
Yes,
I have some questions.
which plant?
The potentially dangerous one.
Who said they were dangerous?
The mayor. You apparently entered a poison plant last year.
Look, that was that was. I mean, technically they're poisonous, yes, but technically I also won, so.
Listen.
Look, no one got hurt. Okay, someone did get hurt, but they're fine now, so it's fine.
Listen, I make a flower grow in my hands and I say, listen, this is for you.
She sort of, as you do that, she looks at it, and in her other hand, a larger flower pops out, and she sort of hands that one to you.
So druid to druid.
Who said I was a druid?
Well, I'm a druid.
Good.
And
Do you want a medal?
Yes, I would. That'd be nice. I've never gotten one of those before. Listen, the mayor said we needed to come look at the plant before you enter it. If we don't get to look at it, you won't be able to enter it, and you will be disqualified.
She didn't say that.
I roll persuasion. I'd like to roll persuasion, or yeah, to say like, listen, if we let you see it, let us see it. It'll be all good, and we want to make sure.
You
Like,
can roll
this is the
persuasion
deal.
or intimidation, depending on what one you want to choose.
Can I roll intimidation since I'm behind him?
I'm much more.
Describe to
persuasive.
me how you're going to intimidate her.
I'm going to jump up and down and try and like make it really loud, and then just give her a death glare
Okay.
with a slight growl.
Yeah, you can roll for intimidation.
$14.
I got a 16 plus 3 on my persuasion, so 19.
She sort of tilts her head, narrows her eyes at Geo, very hostile, and then looks at Bellini. There seems to be some sort of softness just because you're a druid. She nods her head.
Listen, it could just be me. I could be the one to come look at it. The whole group doesn't need to come.
Look, if you're insistent on going looking at it, then yes, go and have a look. But don't touch any of the other plants, because they're important to my research.
No, that's fine. I want to respect your research. I just want to make sure that the people are safe. Yeah. Your name is, remind me, it's Hectate?
Hestia.
Hestia. Great, thank you. And where are we headed?
She points off to one side, and there's a small lane and a rather beautifully adorned house with various different plants sort of crawling up the brickwork. Off to one side, there's also a massive greenhouse. It seems probably towards the outskirts of this village.
Great. And we yeah, and we walk towards the greenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Are you coming with?
Does she allow us to come with?
She's not joining you. She just very grumpily has gestured towards where her house is.
Then I'll come with.
Sure.
I will as well.
I start walking.
Yeah, you all meander your way towards her house. Again, very beautifully constructed, very quite small cottage, flowering vines, and it looks like she would be a horticulturist by your best guess. Just from the sheer number of various different plants.
I go and I try the door. Is it unlocked?
The door of her cottage is locked. Yes.
But the greenhouse is unlocked.
I don't know. Are you trying the door?
Yeah, I'm gonna try the door.
Yes, that one is unlocked.
I go in.
Make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh no. Well, I got a 4 plus 2 is a 6.
Okay.
Do I have anything that's nope? That's a wisdom save.
Also, check out my new dice. They're so cute,
Fancy.
and they've got like
Yeah.
black flowers on them. Anyway,
Those
Perfect.
are pretty.
Perfect for the flower episode.
exactly. I didn't actually get them for. I got them every time I go to. Sorry, we always go off in tangents, so I'm just letting it ride. Every time I go to my board game shop where I play in person as a player, which is like twice a week, every time we start a new campaign, or if I just have the urge, he has the mystery metal dice packs, and he deliberately puts them exactly opposite from where my seat is, because he knows that if I sit there for long enough, my eyes can't stop looking at them. And I'm pretty sure I've single-handedly bought out his stock at one point. But they're just... I love the weight. And you never know what you're going to get. And at the moment, I'm playing an evil elf freedom fighter. I was going to say the word, but I shouldn't. And it just fits so well. Anyway, Bellini, you take 12 points of poison damage.
Jeez.
As you walk in, these red bell-shaped blooms are sat right at the entrance of the greenhouse and immediately hit with this yellow, not gas, but more like spores as you open the door. Make a nature check for me. Or Arcana, actually, depending on whatever one's better for you.
Bloom, you're muted.
They're both the same, but they're 18 on the die, so yeah, 18.
So these are tri-flower fronds. Each flower bears a unique toxin or spore, and are quite deadly.
I took 12 damage.
Yes.
Right. Ow. I poke my head out the door and I go, you could have warned me. And I just yell in Hestia's direction.
She's still in a massive stalls and a little bit too far out of earshot.
And I continue in, and I warn the rest of the party that there are poisonous, angry plants here.
Mm-hmm. From your nature check, you know that tri-flower fronds can reach between 6 and 7 feet. These ones are still growing, a little bit smaller. They sprout 3 large flowers at the top, 1 orange, 1 red, and 1 yellow. And when spotted from a distance, tri-flower fronds appear indistinguishable from ordinary plants, often found in small groups. They do not attack, but have been known to, should they need to defend themselves.
And I look around the rest of the room. Do I see something that's like very obvious for about to be submitted?
You would assume that she would put them possibly right by the entrance. These would be her entrance to the competition. Judging from what Laria might have explained about, she said that they could grow very quickly and she'd only just started growing them a couple of weeks ago. These are the, as far as you can tell, the youngest sort of plants in this arrangement. You do notice there's an odd level to the greenhouse floor. You see stone, and then at one point it stops, and there's a small lip, and then a lot of wood. And the various other different plants inside.
I call Ku over and I go, Ku, could that be a trapdoor? Like, could there be a secret basement here?
I'll take a look, see what I can tell.
Yeah, make an investigation roll for me.
Nat 20.
Holy shit. Yes. As far as you can tell, yes, this would be a trapdoor.
My follow-up question, is it trapped? Because you seem to know about these things.
With a nat 20, just from seeing it, are you walking into the greenhouse, or are you sort of keeping yourself at a distance so you're not hit?
I would be keeping my distance.
Yeah, so from where you're standing, you wouldn't be able to know if it's trapped or not, just from because how far away it is. It's only maybe 10 or 15 feet, but you would need to get up and close to it.
I will cautiously approach.
Make a stealth check for me. And I will quickly check what the thing for that is.
That is a 25.
Oh, easily. Yeah, you see them gently swaying and curling different parts of the plant. Turn at the entrance, but your soft footsteps are carrying you through, and they don't release anything. There's still sort of a lingering spores in the air, but you can hold your breath as you're moving through. Now that you're right next to it, again with your nat 20, the trapdoor is not booby-trapped in any way.
Is it locked?
No, she's very confident that if someone were to come in, they would immediately get attacked, so wasn't really judging that she should need to lock it.
I'll carefully open the trapdoor, see what's underneath.
Yeah, there's just a set of stone steps that lead down a little bit, and then as far as you can tell, like a corridor leading somewhere else. It's very dark, very damp, and you can tell from the sound, from the smell, that perhaps this leads off to a different part, maybe further than the village outskirts.
I'll shut it carefully, head back out and share what I've learned. I don't know that we're trying to get out of Dodge right now.
Yeah. Ku returns, gently explaining that the trapdoor's not booby-trapped, it's open, but you do need to be careful when moving past these fronds.
Are the fronds in a pot?
Yes.
Can I move the pot away from the door?
Are you going
Like-
back in?
Did I leave?
Yes.
I go, listen, well, okay. I could go back in. I look at the group and I go, listen. So the plant is poisonous. It will spit spores at people if they get too close.
Mhm.
I cough and a little bit of blood comes out and I go, I got poisoned. I
Mhm.
got spored. I mean, the plant looks pretty. It is farther along in its growth cycle. That this has been like planted a couple weeks ago, so there was probably some magic to help it grow. But like, it looks pretty. But like, if people aren't careful, somebody might die.
Well, we obviously can't allow that in the competition.
I'm pretty hardy. I don't know about that small child over there.
Yeah.
And I just like gesture at the like random village child that looks like a stiff breeze could knock it over.
I can at least get it out of the way so we can check the room a little bit better. And I would like to cast Mold Earth, which allows me to move a 5-foot cube of dirt, if necessary, to a different place. And I would like to have that earth to keep the roots of those plants intact and sort of scoot them somewhere safe in the room.
Make a dex check just to see how delicately you can maneuver
All
it.
right.
Of
Can I
course
help?
you can do it, but yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Can I help in some way?
How are you helping? Would be my question.
I want to describe, because Laura has not been in the room yet, but I want to
Mhm.
describe like, what does the plot look like? How big is it? Like, where's there a free space to move the pot to?
Okay, yeah, I
Tell
would
her where the
say
obstacles are that she has to avoid. Like, there's a clear spot on this table over here. In between there's this plant and that plant and all of this.
yeah,
sort of stuff.
absolutely. I will say you can add a D4 or use a standard
Okay.
bardic.
Yeah.
That's a nat 20 plus 1 plus 2 for my d4, so
Nice.
23.
Yes, very easily. You will watch as these plants are just slowly lifted, sort of hovering in the air, and moved further off to one side, where part of the greenhouse seems to curve a little bit away from the trapdoor.
I'm so glad I'm so good with dirt.
I just cough up a little blood, and you just see F on my shoulder also pretend to cough up blood. I go, yeah, thanks.
Do you not need anything for yourself?
No, if I'm really hurt, I can just cure myself.
Okay.
But I'm gonna save the spell energy for now.
All right. All right. Just let us know if you need anything.
Now that the way is clear, I assume you're all proceeding down.
Yeah, I'm willing to go down the hole.
Cool. Who's
Will I
going
fit?
first? You will fit, yes.
Okay.
But you will have to duck quite heavily, but you will fit.
I'll go first.
I mean, if you don't want to
Oh,
go first,
I-
Bellini, I can.
I was gonna offer to go first and scout ahead a bit.
Yeah, that'd be great actually. And then I guess I'll go Gio, then Lorea.
Mhm.
Cool.
Okay. As you move throughout the corridor, it's about 5 to 10 minutes of walking. You quickly get towards the end, and there's almost an identical trapdoor above you that is locked. You can see a soft padlock.
I'll pick that lock.
Yep, roll me your thieves' tools for me.
15.
Oh, easily. Quickly pick it. There's a soft click as it opens, and you very easily can now lift up that trapdoor. There's a rain of earth and a little bit of dust as you lift it open. And you're met with the crisp air and a sharp, acrid odor. You find yourself in amongst a soft gathering of trees. What appears to be maybe an orchard, because there's a very regimented way that the trees are angled.
I'll cautiously step out and into this surrounding of trees.
As you get there, you notice a small shack off to one side, and you can see the edges of a soft fence around part of the orchard. There is the back end of a sign off to next to where the shack is, as well as a gate. And from the back, it is backwards, but you can read Verdentia Orchard. And there's a no enter sign also slapped on it.
I look around to see if there are traps or anything that would keep people out besides a no enter sign.
No, it's assumed that if someone were to find themselves there, they would be probably lost and probably turn back.
All right, I'll motion to the others that it seems safe enough to come up here.
So you all anticipatingly sort of waiting in that corridor before you see Ku's very familiar face pop up again, gesturing for you to come through.
I'll start walking.
Gio
As you all
crawls out.
as you all enter once again, this orchard. It seems rather large, and there's patches of different churned earth where the trees aren't there. There's the soft glint of different colours across the ground, and you hear a very audible chattering of crows. What would you like to do?
The urge to cast speak with animals. I've took no combat spells. Just
You can if you want to.
yeah, I'm gonna cast speak with animals.
Okay. Very easy for you to do.
I'm gonna shout out to the birds. I go, hey birds, hey, you there, hey.
There
I'm
is
gonna sprinkle some breadcrumbs on the ground.
There is
brought lunch.
an almost stifling silence as they all stop and they land on branches, all looking at you.
Hi, I'm Bellini. And you are?
There is almost an assault on your senses. Remind me what languages you speak.
I speak Common, Druidic, Orc, and Primordial.
You do not understand the words that are coming out of these crows' mouth.
Is it Sylvan or Elvish?
I gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with the beast for the duration. So during that time, I can't understand what they're saying. Can I translate to my friends? So they made this like squawk, 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 squawk noise.
Well, does it sound like they are speaking bird to us, or does it sound like they're saying words?
As soon as he casts the spell, all of you can hear this.
Okay. Is it celestial?
It is.
Then I can understand it.
They are all saying, worship him.
Huh.
Lini, what the fuck did you do?
I don't know. I cast speak with animals because I sometimes like to talk to the squirrels, and or the rats that live in the city.
Bellini,
If you're nice to, yeah.
as far as you are aware, that spell has always worked, without fail. And as you're sort of staring between the crows, you can notice like a glowing, almost burgundy, purpley red glow in each of their eyes.
I think these birds are possessed. And they want us to worship some man. It's a weird purpley burgundy color.
Let's take one small step forward. What worship? Who? And in the back of my mind, I'm asking Morrow to come over because I let him loose in the inn, and if he is at all capable, then he would heed my request to come.
Cool. Can you make a wisdom saving throw for Morrow, please?
Of course. Oh, Morrow, that's not one. Darling.
He lands, as you call him, in front of you. And there's a slowly creeping gradient of color as his eyes also join.
Morrow, what are you doing? What's going on? Morrow? And I feel that telepathic connection is probably like static right now.
Yeah.
Like it's disconnected. Morrow, you're scaring me. What is going on? Morrow.
There is a fluttering of feathers as all of the crows seem to convene in front of you in a spiraling motion as a tall, almost spectral, hooded figure begins to form. And it raises a hand towards you and then points off softly towards where the edge of the tree line of the orchard stops, and there's a churned earth, and as you look over you can see half dissolved remains of a deer, and there's like a steaming green essence.
Can I make a nature or check to try and like figure out what that is? Is that like a naturally occurring thing?
You don't even need to check. That is non-natural.
Um,
You're telling me deer in this world don't just start steaming?
well, actually, I will correct myself. It is not natural in this environment for a deer to suddenly start steaming and be half dissolved.
I look at the spectrum. It's like, do you want us to investigate that? What's happening here?
All the crows immediately scatter. Apart from Morrow, who slowly returns to consciousness.
Take him on my arm. Come here, buddy. Don't ever do that to me again.
I walk towards the dissolving deer.
Mhm.
Very carefully. I pick up a stick and I poke the ground in front of me,
Yeah.
just in case it's like quicksand or whatever, or like
Nice. Okay.
gooey or acidy. And
You
I
can
approach
see-
the deer.
You can see purple vines snake across the ground, throbbing black lumps occasionally bursting in sizzling sprays of corrosive fluid. As you poke the floor, the earth begins to move as a almost round and a bulbous purple flower begins to reach and arc up into being.
So I know
I'm
the
gonna-
flower competition wasn't really my cup of tea, but this isn't what's supposed to happen during it, right?
Definitely not. I reach into my bag real quick and I pull out a potion of healing and I go, before we go any further, and I'm gonna drink it because this looks like it could hurt me. And I've already been bitten by a flower once today.
Cool.
Uh,
Can you make
and-
a stealth check for me?
Yeah. That's an 18 on the die plus 119.
So you quickly
Uh,
whisper that
Yeah.
to your companions. This flower, this bulbous violet that seems to have appeared, is about 30 feet in front of you.
Yeah. It
Can
looks
I
like it's
throw
gonna-
can I throw a ball bearing at it?
Yes, if you want to make
You-
a
you-
make
you
a
also
ranged
have
attack, why
thousands
not?
of ball bearings on you.
Yes, of course I do. I am a rogue. All right. I'm guessing a non-proficient ranged attack.
I'd say proficient. You're pretty expert at throwing shit.
I'm not so sure about that because I got a 9. I'm not
just-
really trying to do damage. I'm just trying to get near it, like a ball bearing near it to see if it bites.
Whizzes past it and hits the floor, and as it does, you see another flower sort of react to the movement on the ground and arcing into the sky. They sort of turn to each other and are gently swaying in a way that you assume would be some sort of communication.
I can't eat this flower, can I?
Make a survival check. We'll
I-
find
I
out.
I recommend not, but go for it.
7.
You could. It seems like it's sort of fleshy, so maybe, yeah, you could like cook it, or maybe just eat it raw. Who knows?
Oh,
I'll
what
cook
an
it.
awful way to describe something. Oh,
A fleshy flower.
A fleshy flower, yes.
are you gonna attempt to pick the flower?
Well, I can't right now. It's still 30 feet away, but yes.
They
I
appear to
told you I
not
came
have
here to eat the
noticed.
flowers.
But
Yeah,
as you're
sure.
looking at them, there's like black pulse, like sacks towards like where leaves on a rose would be. They attach themselves at the vines. They look almost like diseased hearts, and drooling this green liquid that, as it touches the ground, you can see that sizzle once again.
I look at the group and I say, do we try to pop one of those from a distance and see what happens? As I pull my sling out.
That's probably a good idea.
I need
See
to
what
roll for
we're
something.
dealing with.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll to pop one with my sling.
I'm gonna
Cool.
roll to see if I can shoot my longbow.
Can everyone roll initiative for me?
Sure.
We're going to go to a quick break. Get everything set up. We're not using Tailspar just yet, but we have reached our 1 hour mark. So I'm going to quickly grab our tea, drinks, audience, you do the same, and we'll come back for a little bit of combat, and we'll see where it leads. All right?
All
See you soon.
right.
Find me a place among my brethren, the pines, the bees, the frost. I cannot stay where nature's embrace is lost. Find me where Canoe makes his revelry. Where the horned one sleeps. Down by riverside resting, no one but me. Leave behind your troubles and your worries. Set your soul on fire and dance among the trees. Oh, find me where Canoe makes his revelry. Ooh, where the horned one sleeps. Deep in woodlands running, no one but me. Wake up, breathed in ivy, bathed in the light of the moon. Through the canopy I see the light of the stars shining through. Down by shoreside singing, no one but me. Oh, makes his revelry. Where the horned one sleeps. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night. Oh. Strike, turn, hammer and burn, the bellows teach and the fires burn. Iron, oil, temper and toil, the forge ain't hot if your blood don't boil. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade to slay that evil heel, a sword that gleams like diamonds that can make the darkness kneel. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night. Hear that anvil ring, echo song of the hammer swing. Shape, grind, polish and shine, the world ain't ready for a work so fine. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade, for to purge the blight, which creeps upon this world we love to take from us the light. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night. Killers, thieves, thick of skin, till your ruthless trial begins. Let the judge's word sink in, a lifetime on the Isle of Sin. Hey, 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 welcome to the Isle of Sin. Jagged rock, sea slick caves, no way out but the 10-foot waves. You'll cry out to be saved, no reprieve for the criminal slave. Hey, 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 welcome to the Isle of Sin. Cursed stone, blessed orb, swing your pick till you hit the floor. Break your filthy back some more, until you strike the mithril score. Hey, 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 welcome to the Isle of Sin. With your life, pay your dues, work or die soul and mine, they're one and the same, split one in twain, and we both feel the pain. The sins of one father unread in our veins, through darkness and hunger she remained, but her heart no more beats in tandem with mine, and I'm waiting for the wink and the witty one-liner, for her to say she got me and hit me with a smile, but the hole in my chest says I'll be waiting for a while. Be a boatman, your reaper, I'll be yours, but you can't keep her. Lay me down on a bed of raven's feathers. Dear sister, swear to me you'll stay close, never out of reach. Oh, do not go far from me until I'm gone. Mantle of death, black feathered crown, lift up this body asleep on the ground. A soul for a soul, let mine be laid down in this tomb I wish had never been found. You want to champion, I want her back. So I'll be your boatman, your reaper, I'll be yours, but you can't keep her. Lay me down on a bed of raven's feathers. Dear sister, swear to me you'll stay close, never out of reach. Oh, do not go far from me until I'm gone. There's no price too steep to pay to bring you back to life. Losing you is more than I could bear. So swear, dear sister, swear to me you'll stay close, never out of reach. Do not go far from me until I'm gone.
So, we pick up off with you guys. I need you all to roll initiative for me.
I got a 6.
A 6. Very nice.
15.
15.
18.
Lorraine? 18. Ku.
22.
Jeebus. Okay, Ku, you're up first.
So there is the blossoming flower that's about 30 feet away,
Mhm.
and the not fully solid earth in between. Is that
Pretty much, yeah. There's
Uh,
two currently. One's behind the other one, so they're only 5 feet apart.
I would like to. Are there trees around?
Yeah.
I would like to climb up one to get up off the ground.
Yeah, make me
Uh,
an acrobatics or athletics.
I can just walk up.
Oh yes,
And-
sorry, I always forget. So you're very nonchalantly just gonna wander up the. You see him go from like vertical to horizontal without even any effort, and walks up the side of this tree before perching where he needs to be.
Yeah, I'd like to bonus action hide in the tree.
Sure. Anything else?
So it's a 29 on the hide check,
Nice.
nat 20. And then I will toss. You know what? I don't know if these things are gonna do much with psychic, so I'm just gonna fire my short bow at it.
Okay.
That is a 20 to hit.
20 hits.
All right. 8 plus. What is my sneak attack? That is 11 points of piercing damage, and that will be my turn to the farthest away flower that's popping up.
Cool. Absolutely.
And that will be my turn.
Awesome. Laria, you're up.
Yes. I will cast Bane on it.
Nice.
And it needs to make a charisma saving throw. I'm hoping the plant doesn't have a high charisma.
That is a 9. It has a
That
-4.
does not save. Amazing. Doesn't save.
Is Bane AoE?
No, I choose up to 3 creatures.
Aha. So you're choosing both?
Yes.
Oh.
They must subtract a d4 from their attack roll or save. Was there anything else? No, that's it. And as a bonus action, I cast the magic pebbles thingy.
Of
What are they
course,
actually called?
yep.
Of course, magic stone.
Of course.
Of course. I mean, it's a free bonus action attack. That is 19 to hit.
I think that's See, I've been wondering this. Can you use that as your... Can you throw it in the same action? Oh, I knew I was right. Okay, so apparently I've been letting you get away with this, but the bonus action is imbuing it, and to make a ranged spell attack, it would take your action because it's an attack.
Ah, okay. Then I'll still imbue something.
Mhm.
Why not?
Yeah,
And I do not throw it.
cool. Absolutely. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, so they're about 30 feet away, and they've got 20 feet of movement, so... Okay, the one that's closest is going to move straight for Bellini. It's about 10 feet away from you before, Bellini, you feel these softly snaking tendrils underneath the earth suddenly grab towards your legs. It's going to try and grapple you, which I need to roll for. Nope.
What did you roll?
Cool. That is its turn. Geo, you're up.
Okay. I'm just going to shoot my longbow at it. because I don't want to get too close until I do at least a little bit of damage.
Cool. Yeah.
And that is a 22 to hit.
Hits.
And that is 9 piercing damage.
Awesome sauce. Anything else?
No, I think that's it. I don't want to get giant for a plant. It's not worth it.
So Bellini's up front. Ku's currently in a tree. Lorea and Gio, whereabouts would you have put yourselves? Either next to or behind Bellini?
Sort of diagonal behind.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind as well.
Okay. Lorea, can you make a dex check, please?
I can. That is an 8.
You are thrown to the side. You don't take any damage as the ground underneath you begins to move and rumble. And although you are slow to get there, you sort of trip over your feet a little bit. You see the rising head of another flower arcing behind you. And you can see that the earth behind Geo is also about to do the same.
Okay.
The one next to you is also going to try and grapple you. That's a miss. And if you want, you can let Geo know, if you want to. It's up to you. That there is about to be one right next to him.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Mhm.
I'll scream, "Watch out!"
So Geo, make a dex check with advantage for me.
Dex save or just dex check?
Dex save, sorry.
First one was a 10. Second one is a 13.
So you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage and 2 acid damage. Then you are grappled.
Okay.
Until this grapple ends, you're also restrained as you feel those tendrils just quickly grab you round your torso. Although you are quite a large size, they are just growing even further. Yeah. Bellini, it's your turn.
So the two that were far away that moved up, are they within 15 feet of each other?
Yes.
I'm
Well,
gonna pull
only
my-
one of them has moved, but he is within 15 feet, yeah.
So of me, but they're not. So like, no, the cone wouldn't reach them. I'd have to move closer. I could just Scorching Ray. Hold on. Nah, I'm just gonna produce flame, and huck some fire at the one closest to me
Sure.
that
Go for it.
moved up. So 17 plus 5,
Hits.
22 to hit, and that is a D8 worth of damage. Where's my D8? Hello? That is 5 points of fire damage.
5. Awesome. Anything else?
Yeah, I cast Shillelagh on my club. And that's what I do.
Awesome. The second one, so the one behind the one that initially went for you, is going to also move up and try and grab you. Son of a bitch. That doesn't work. Koo, you're up.
All right. I am going to do the exact same thing. I'm gonna try to hide in the tree. Actually, I'll just shoot at it. I'll take a shot with my short bow at the one I hit earlier.
Cool. So the one at the back.
Yes.
Awesome.
It's an 18 to hit.
Hits.
And is it within 5 feet of one of my allies?
It is not currently.
Okay. Only 7 points of piercing damage, and then I will bonus action try to hide in the trees.
Okay. Make a insight check for me.
Uh, 12 on the insight check.
I'd say that's good enough. So the one at the back is, well, both of the ones in front of Bellini are about 10 feet. And you can tell they have that 10 foot of reach. However, as you are sort of trying to keep your... I keep saying sort of. As you're keeping yourself trying to hide beneath the foliage, the one of them sort of tilts, and you can see that it sniffs and tastes the air with its very leathery tongue. It can sense your flesh. So you know that even if you were hiding, it can tell where you are. Just so you're... I want to see if you could get more bonus actions rather than keep hiding. Anything else on your go?
If any of them cannot sense my flesh, I did get a 16 to hide from those.
You would assume that they can all sense.
Yeah. No, nothing else for me.
Mm-hmm. Loretta, you're up with your magic
Right.
pebbles.
Well, I'm not going to use them though. I'm going to cast Toll the Dead.
Ooh.
I point at the one that has been hit by Ku earlier,
Cool.
and you hear an ominous or a dolorous, which I don't actually know what that means, an ominous bell, and they must succeed a Wisdom saving throw or take damage.
It's feeling or expressing great sorrow. There you go.
Ah.
That
Ominous fits
is
regardless then.
a natural 1.
Nice. They take 1d12
Nice.
of necrotic damage, which I'm rolling right now. That's an 8 necrotic damage.
Amazing. Anything else?
Nope. Nope, that's it. I've imbued all my pebbles. I'll just keep it like that.
The one in front of Bellini, again, just really want to get ya. Geo, it's your turn.
I'm grappled, right?
You are currently grappled and restrained, yes.
Okay. I'm going to try and get out of the grapple.
Yep.
That's a 20, a natural.
Yep.
Sweet.
I don't think I'd... Yep. Yeah, so you... How do you break out of this grapple?
I'm a little pissed off because it decided that it wanted to try and hold me, so I just started eating it.
I knew you were gonna go for that. Make a
And as soon as I bit,
save for me.
another unnatural 20.
Yep, you're fine. You quickly spit it out before any of the acidic chlorophyll, blood, I don't know, gets to you.
Okay.
But you are no longer grappled.
Do I still get an action, or was that my action?
That is your action, but you have your bonus action and or slash your movement.
Nah. I'll just end my turn there.
Okie dokie. It's gonna try again. That is a 18.
Yeah.
Ooh. So that's another 4 bludgeoning, 2 acid. And you were also grappled and restrained. The other one's going to go for Larea. That is a 17.
Do I roll against it, or is it my AC?
It is your AC.
Oh, that hits, yeah.
Okay, you are grappled and restrained, and you take 6 points of damage.
Right.
Bellini, you're up.
Yeah. I'm going to at the two that are in front of me, now that they're within my cone, I'm gonna cast Burning Hands. They need
Nice.
to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Dex. So there's a fail for both of them. I don't even need to ask.
Woohoo! Let's go. They take 14 points of fire damage
Each?
on a failed saving throw. Each. Yes, because it's a cone.
Okay, one of them erupts into a shrieking hail of fire before it crawls to the ground in a withered husk.
Does it look like the fire was extra effective? Like it leaked the fire?
As far as you can tell, you wouldn't know.
Cool. And then anything that is flammable in a 15-foot cone in front of me is now also on fire.
Yep, the ground. All of the
Great.
grass just erupts into flame.
Sorry, Smokey the Bear. I did start this forest fire. And that's my turn.
Awesome, Koo. You're up.
All right. Knowing that hiding it does not seem to be working, I will use steady aim instead.
Nice.
So I won't move at all, but I will go ahead and shoot at the one who is tangling with whoever is closest to one of my allies.
Okay, so one has Geo currently grappled and restrained. One has Larea grappled and restrained. And then another one.
I will go for the one grappling Larea.
Okay.
That is a 20 to hit.
Hits.
All right. 10 plus another. So that's 20 piercing damage total.
God damn. Okay, as you watch it hit, you automatically fail because you're restrained. Larea, you take another 1 point of acid damage as you watch
Alright.
part of it explode with a piece of the arrow. Some of the acid falls back on you.
That is the end of my turn. Bonus action, have no movement and action.
Cool, wonderful. Larea, it's your turn. So you
Yes,
can
so
choose
one
to attack with
plant
disadvantage.
left.
There are 3
Oh,
currently.
it's still alive.
It's got you grappled.
I thought one of them exploded. They're
One of
still
them did.
alive. They're okay.
One of them did, yeah.
By me. Yeah, so I have two in front of me. One of them is dead.
Yep.
One of them is still alive.
Mhm.
There's the one
Okay.
grappling you and
Yeah.
the one grappling Geo.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Well, disadvantage or not, in that case, I'm going to use Toll the Dead again on the one grappling me.
Yeah, wonderful.
That has been damaged, yes.
Yep.
It will make a Wisdom saving throw.
That is a natural 20.
Ah, why do you do that?
I don't know. Because I was rolling shit to
Um,
begin with? I don't know.
Sheesh. Well, coming loose from the grappling is probably not a bonus action, is it?
No.
No. Then that's my turn.
Cool. Other one in front of Bellini's gonna try and grab him. That's a 19.
That matches my AC.
Yes!
It
Sorry, I
has
just
Bane,
really wanted to
you
get him.
Did you factor in the Bane that is on him?
No.
I didn't check my concentration for that either, I must admit.
That's also true.
Shall I do
Fine.
like a general concentration check?
Yeah, why not? We'll see.
Do I have a plus on concentration? Probably not. I have a
Well, oh, I forgot how concentration works.
It's 10 or half the damage, depending which one's higher.
Oh.
So it's 10.
Yeah. Yeah, then 12. Then I have it concentrated still.
Bellini does a 15 hit.
Nope.
You dick.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Okay, Gio, your turn.
Okay.
I turn around and I go, thanks, Loraya. Oh, do you need help?
Have you
you
not
good?
noticed this whole time?
No, I've been fighting 2 plants. Eth is just sitting eating popcorn. I
Oh
haven't
yeah, he
summoned him
hasn't
in this
gone.
fight. I haven't summoned him. He's just sitting eating popcorn. He has
Fair
a
enough.
sparkler.
With Morrow, just like, we can do it.
19 to ungrapple myself.
Cool, yep. You are no longer grappled.
Sweet. With my maul on my back, I just jump up and then forcefully land on my back, trying to get the vines off me.
Amazing. I love that. Yeah. You
And I accidentally knocked the wind out of me a little bit.
bit. Amazing. Bonus action?
No.
No? Okay. That one's gonna go for... It just really doesn't like Geo, apparently. 14?
That misses.
And the other one still has you, Larea, right?
Yes.
Ooh, I didn't read that part.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
Well, that's unfortunate.
You see it tries to snake out to go and grab Geo as it sees its companion fails with a different tendril. But fails. Bellini, you're up.
I look at Lorraine and I go, do you need some help?
I'm all right. I have enough spells to keep myself.
Okay.
That's thank you though.
I look at the flower in front of me and I go, yeah, let's do this. And I produce flame and I go, shoot, and I throw a fireball.
Love that.
I got a 17. 12 plus 5.
Hits.
Nice.
This is the one that's holding Larea, yeah?
No, this is the one that's in front of me.
In front of you, okay.
Actually, no, I'm gonna go for the one. Next,
okay.
No, the one in front of me. The one in front of me because I don't want it to explode.
Make your mind up!
7. It's a 7. 7 points of fire damage.
What if... Anything else?
Because they explode when I hit them. No, that's it.
Okay, that one's dead. Koo, you're up.
All right.
Muted.
Yep. I will steady aim again and go for the one grappling Larea.
Okay.
That is a nat 20.
Damn.
Damn.
You'd see it. You'd see it like in. Good job.
All right, 13 off just the initial hit, and then that is 19 damage total.
Amazing. Larea, you take 4 points of acid damage as this whole thing just erupts in a explosion of flesh and plant.
All right.
But you're
I
no
have
longer
checked my
restrained, so
concentration.
you're fine.
Okay, perfect. I've also checked my concentration, and Bane is still active.
Yep, wonderful. Love that. Anything else, Koo?
Nope. That was my bonus action, and I had to give up my movement.
Cool. Larea, you're up.
Yes. I'm not in melee range of any of the plants, am I?
No, they're all 10. They've got 10-foot reach. So
Yeah. Okay. I mean, more. I would like to move. Would they have opportunity attack? Would I be able to gauge
No.
that even?
The one next to Geo would.
Okay. In that case, I'm not going to move. I will. I'm going to use. No, that's no. Sorry. I'm going to Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Oh, I did it digitally. Oh, I wish I did a real one. It's 10 to hit.
Misses.
Oh, that's my 10.
Have you only got one Eldritch Blast?
Oh, you're right. Oh my god. I have
You should have more than one.
2.
There you go. Try the other one.
No.
No, you have
I'm
one?
not level 5 yet. No, I have
Oh
one.
no, you're not. Yeah. Hybrid.
We're level 4. No, that's it.
Awkward. Okay. That is the one in front of Bellini. And I will get him.
You can try.
Fuck off. Geo, your turn.
The one that's next to me, I'm just gonna take my maul out and try and clobber it. I'm a little pissed off.
Okay, yeah, roll to hit.
Nat 20. Plus 7.
Ooh, fuck yeah.
And that is a total of 14 damage.
Do, 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 do. Okay. Mad.
Like, and how do we do critical damage? It's
We
double roll.
double the max roll of the dice, but I did it for him because otherwise it was going to take too long. 16 against Geo.
That misses.
Cool. Bellini, you're up.
So there's still the one in front of me and the 2 behind me. Okay.
Yep.
I am gonna produce flame again and just throw another fireball.
Mhm.
17
Fireball.
plus 5, 22.
Yep, that hits.
Nice. D8. 7 points of fire damage.
Dead.
Let's go.
Anything else?
And I turn around. Is the prey still grappled?
No, she doesn't have one grappling her now. There's only one left, and it's next to Geo.
Oh. I look at Gio and I go, "Have you tried eating these things yet?"
No, I wanted to roast it first, but I got a little pissed off because it kept grappling me.
Oh, okay. And I just go, "Oh, okay," and I just stand there. That's my
Fair
turn.
enough. Ku, can you get it?
Let's find out. I will be, again, but doing bonus action, steady aim, and taking my shot.
Do it. Do it.
I shit you not, that's another crit.
Yeah. So it's max roll of the dice plus whatever you roll. So
Yeah.
that would include your sneak attack. So how do you want to do this? I don't even need to ask.
Yeah, I think it's just a nice clean shot through wherever it would connect to the stem or the root or
Yeah.
whatever it has.
Okay, Geo, you watch, and Larea, you watch as this thing begins to arc up, opening this very gross, toothy, flowery maw dripping with acid. It goes to reach over to consume Geo whole and is immediately cut off at the stem and sort of flops on the floor in front of you.
Nice.
I said sort of again. God damn it.
cat, kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat.
I'm gonna start adding dice to a pool every time I do it,
And she's
and it'll
gone.
be additional dice for you guys when you go up against like a big boss or something. It's so annoying. It's because when I hear myself back, listening to it, I can always hear it. It's aggravating.
Is this you with me when I go?
Yeah, you do say quite a lot. Actually, you say it less now, which is, we all learn. But yes, you were all out of initiative as you watch all of this graveyard of crumpled violet blossom creatures. One sort of one smoldering slowly into the morning air.
Can I roll a nature check to try and figure out what kind of plants these are
Yes, you may.
and why they're trying to eat me?
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 1 plus I'm pretty sure 0. So
These plants be scary.
Yeah, that's a plus 0 because I'm not a very smart character.
I would say, although you're a druid, a lot of what you have learned has been secondhand information, and some of your tricks. Some of it comes from Eth, just naturally knowledge that you've accumulated with your link.
I am a city druid.
Yeah,
so-
you're a city druid. This is disgusting, and should not be natural.
Yeah.
Can
I
I
don't-
ask? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just go. I don't know what this is. Yeah, that's all I got. I don't know what these are.
Bellini, can I use Eth to help me roast some of this plant? I want to eat it.
Sure. F just kind of walks over to you, and he just focuses really hard, and a little fire appears above his head.
And I just take one of the vines and like hold it over the fire and roast it, and then eat.
Make a Constitution save, please.
We're gonna kill ourselves off in dumb shit.
11.
Immediately, your whole throat begins to burn and sizzle. You are going to take 2 points of acid damage.
Can I offer him some Tums out of my medicine pouch?
I
Some
know not what
antacids?
Tums is, sir.
An antacid tablet, the like chalky. chewable
You just
tablets.
happen to have a piece of chalk. Yes, you can.
I do have chalk on my character sheet, so
There you go. You can give him some chalk.
yeah, this will help with the burning. And I hand him some chalk.
Oh, thank you. Geo eats it,
Classic.
and then he coughs, and it's just this cloud of chalk.
So stupid.
I have a sickle on me, and I would like to very carefully make like a dissection of the fleshiest part of it. Careful as in the sense I want to prevent myself as much as I can from being acid damaged.
Yeah, make a survival check for me. And are you looking for anything in particular, or do you just want a piece of it?
It's a 17 for my survival, and I'm looking for the dissection to sort of try and figure out and understand what kind of plant this is, because it looked flashy and that doesn't look like plant. That doesn't sound like plant. If that makes sense.
From what'd you get? A 17.
17, yeah.
Okay. Let's have a look. On my notes. It is a plant. It's a carnivorous plant, and as such, consuming part of its prey helps keep its constitution, in the sense that it has some sort of flesh-like structure, but it is still plant.
Okay. I get up again and I'm like, well, evil as it was, it seems to really just be a plant.
It's just a hungry plant.
It's just... I'm not sure if it's related to the one we were supposed to worship. warship, apparently. Where ship?
Can you make an insight roll for me?
Sure. That's a 14.
14. There's a soft nagging question in that what is powerful enough to take over Morrow?
Hmm.
Because normal animals, sure, but your familiar is a different story.
Yeah.
In the sense that they have a little bit more power, much like Eth, being a wildfire spirit. Morrow, in itself, has part of the same power as you do. So what would be powerful enough to take that?
Yeah. I have a nagging suspicion that there might be more at play than just this plant. I don't think we've seen the end of this, if I'm honest. I don't know if Hestia ties into this, what her role is, but we definitely need to do something about it.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I think there might be something else here. More than just these flowers. But if she's dealing with poisonous plants, we might want to look a little bit farther than just coming out of the tunnel and see what else is here. If we need to run, we can always run. But I don't want to go back half-handed if Hestia's up to something. I don't know if she is, but
Yeah.
If we have the advantage by intervening now before she really knows, this might be the moment to do it.
I agree.
I want to keep looking through the orchard. And, sorry, before I move on, I know, Lorraine, you agree, but Gioku, I don't want to voluntarily put you in danger, or volunteer you into danger.
I mean, I'm okay to keep looking around, but I kind of have a weird feeling that she knows that we would have came here. And her hopes is to get rid of us.
True.
Look, I'd like to get to the bottom of whatever is trying to kill us, and preferably stop that from being a reoccurring issue.
I can ask Morrow to keep track of her as best as he can. I can't guarantee he is as stealthy as Ku would be, but I can always send him ahead, maybe get some sort of info, just to make sure she's not on our tail, so to say. And if there's anything suspicious she might be moving, he could perhaps let me know.
I'd be good with that.
Up to the discretion, of course, what he knows and gets to see.
Cool. So, are we exploring this area a little bit more, or are we heading back?
We're gonna explore more, but Lorraine is sending Morrow
Mm-hmm.
back to watch Hestia.
Cool. Just a soft,
Yeah.
little like before it flies off.
I like keeping Morrow out of danger anyway. I'm so worried. He's such a frail little creature. I don't want him fighting anything weird.
F just kind of disappears for a little bit and then like takes a quick like 6-second power nap and then can come back. So
You've seen Morrow at breakfast. He's an idiot. I can't trust him to do that.
yeah. F is F. He's cool. We do our secret handshake.
Let's get to the bottom of this plant mystery then.
So as you guys explore,
I poke
once
the
again,
ground in front of us.
yeah, there's just that corpse-laden ground of various different flowers, the orchard, and then that shack, and just a fence around the outside.
Does the shack appear like? Does it look like someone's been there recently? Is it? What's going on with that?
It's pretty run down, but it does look like if it's maintained in a way.
I didn't have anything more. I just wanted to know what was up with the
Yeah,
shack.
no, that's fine. Yeah.
And this spooky bird figure pointed at the deer corpse.
Yes.
Before we head to the shack, can I check to see if I see any loose earth?
Yes, you may. Make a perception check.
That is a 16.
As far as you can tell, if there were more of these flowers, they would have moved by now to join the fight. As well as you can sort of ascertain, there aren't any more.
So also no sign of things being buried, corpses, animal corpses, humanoid. Okay.
No.
I say we investigate the shed.
I agree.
With caution, of course.
Mm-hmm. It explodes. No.
Fireball.
Fireball. As you approach, very rundown shed, maybe a 5x5 foot. Doesn't seem that interesting. Very simple door that you can quite easily open with a soft creak. There's not much in the inside. There's a desk, a load of shelves with various different pots on, and a few bags containing some various seeds and things like that. The thing that catches your eye is there's a journal on the desk, very similar to the thing that Hestia was writing in. It looks a little bit older, a lot more worn, and some of the pages are yellow from what you can see. Alongside that, there's a small like painting that's been propped up next to what you can assume is a window, even though it's so small it would barely be classed as one.
Can we read the journal? Can we approach the journal?
Yeah, you quite easily can pick it up. The title is The Garden of Living Art.
Is there a by line to it?
You mean who wrote it?
Yeah.
Amadeus Sina Hectate.
And is the journal just in common?
Yep.
What do we learn from the journal?
It just seems to describe various different plant life, a lot of exotic plant life that you'd find throughout Elindrian and also the various other continents. It's emerging. Some parts list of druidic plant magic, how you can help and boost a plant life's growth, even to the point of sentience, as well as bardic illusions and combinations of different schools of magic.
What does the painting depict again?
It depicts a softly crouched creature with delightfully ornate, colourful, almost rainbow-esque wings, like an opalescent colour. Tumbling red hair and pointed ears, talking with quite a young-looking halfling man.
Does it resemble Hestia?
As far as you can tell, no.
Thought it was on something. Okay. Does the young halfling resemble the boy I saw in the tavern?
No,
Yeah.
not really.
Well, there goes my detective skills.
don't have detect magic today, so I can't help.
Oh, womp womp.
Cannot. Womp womp. I'm gonna look under this table. Is there anything under the table or like taped to the bottom side of the table?
No.
Um, I think our next course of action, if there's nothing else here in the shack, is looking at the deer corpse where the spooky figure pointed to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I do like a final investigation, just to check around if there's anything else weird in this shack that catches my eye?
Yes, you may make an investigation roll.
11.
11. There's an inscription of something in Sylvan on the ceiling.
I pointed out to Ku. Can you read that?
Can I read that?
Yes, it says, "Beware of a fairy bow."
I will pass that along.
Yeah, you will know it as a maybe like a warning that's often used in regards to confrontations with fey creatures. Less so much talked about nowadays. Fey in itself, apart from some of the more mortal races, aren't seen a lot because of previous events in this world. A lot of the ways to the Fey realm have been cut off. So it's more just a folk tale at this point, or a warning to be cautious and things like that.
And fairy bow, is it like spelled like bow and arrow? Bow like a name?
Bow
like-
as in Boughgh.
Okay.
Let's check out our corpse.
Yeah.
A bow, by the way, is the name for a branch of a tree. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
I keep forgetting that some of you are American and other people are Dutch, and I'm the only English person here. Yeah, as you approach, you can see the throbbing black sacs of the thick vine violets are popping occasionally. That deer corpse is laying there. You can see the bones and some of the flesh is still softly being corroded away. As far as you can tell, this deer just happened to make its way into the orchard and come upon these violets and met a very tragic end.
Yeah. So at first glance, it just looks like it was devoured by the plants.
Mhm.
That's what we're getting from it, yeah.
Bellini, you're reminded of a soft druidic nursery rhyme. Goes along roughly the lines of black lumps popping in the night. Best to run, best not to fight. It's now that you sort of gather that this might be a reference to these flowers. And would have come in handy.
So I'm a city druid, but there is a nursery rhyme. Now that I think about it and have seen this half melted deer corpse, and I repeat the nursery rhyme, I think we were supposed to run from those flowers, but there was a group of us, so I felt more confident.
They were just plants.
Do we ever actually run from anything though?
Sometimes, since you've come around, less often. I'm not very strong, physically, but I do play a mean game of skill.
Don't you say it.
It's on the wrist.
Maybe next time we can challenge the plant to a game of skee ball.
Maybe.
Hmm.
I think it was more interested in eating us. So,
Yeah.
I want to investigate around the area, see if there are more black plants before we leave and go through the tunnel.
Cool. Yeah, you spend
Yeah.
about, I'd say, 20 minutes just scoping out the whole place. Doesn't seem to be any others.
Okay.
I think it's time for us to go back and
Yeah.
talk to the mayor.
Sounds good. And I think either the mayor and her guards, or we have to interrogate Hestia maybe about her worshipping. Sounds malevolent. I think it stretches beyond just a flower competition and cheating at this point.
I mean, like, she hasn't been feeding people to this thing, but it's
That you're
spooky.
aware of.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can always ask if people have gone missing, but it looks like it's more been like random deer. The bird thing was weird. I want to ask her about that.
Yeah. Someone familiar with spooky things, that, even for me, kind of weird. I say we track back to Lymwick. Was it called? I think, yeah.
The
Lymwick.
village, yeah.
Lymwick, yeah.
Very
Through
easily
the tunnel.
go through the tunnel. Once again, a very damp
Secret tunnel.
and musky air.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Through the mountain.
Sort of.
Underground.
As you come out the other side, you hear a soft popping noise as one of the tri-flowers releases another spore, but off to one side. Gently reminded that they're still there, you quickly make your way out the greenhouse.
To the mayor.
Yeah.
Like,
Did anyone ask the mayor's name? Because I know I didn't.
Don't think anyone did.
No. Can I step away real quick? Drank an entire pot of tea.
Yes, you can go pee. This is not a classroom.
Well, you say that. We'll just carry on, right?
Yeah.
So we head over to the mayor, and
Mhm.
like, in short notes, I say we explain. Like, we came across these plants. Like, first of all, we need to disqualify her. Whatever she's cooking up, it's dangerous. But we're afraid of the general safety of the village. We've seen some weird shit. Can we arrange like an interrogation setup? Do you have guards? Do you have the means for us to do that?
Right. No. We're a pretty simple village. We've never really needed that sort of thing. But I mean, what do you mean? You found?
Well, let me ask this way. Do you follow any sort of deity generally in this village? Do you have like a house deity here?
I mean, and she sort of gestures. I did it again. Gestures at all the flowers. The Verdant Guard, obviously.
Does he generally have legions of crow chanting worship him, as far as you know?
No, but that sounds terrifying.
You see why we want to interrogate Hestia now, do you?
A little, yeah. That sounds horrific. Why did that happen?
Do you ask me? Do you have like any suggestion for a room, maybe in your townhouse or the inn? Or, I don't care. Well, we can safely contain her for a little bit while we extract some information out of her.
Why not
You
just use the
seem
stables?
weirdly into this.
No.
Roll a deception, please.
Joke's on you. That's pretty high. Unless I roll shit. 17.
She's like, okay. No, you're right. Who in their right mind would be into that sort of thing?
Who said it was deception?
True.
Anyway,
Yeah, stables. It sounds like a good idea too. I mean, we can do it on plan public here, but I'm sure you want some more calm among your villagers.
I mean, we can ask Mira to use the tavern if you want.
That'd be great.
Okay. And she sort of wanders off to talk with the innkeep, and then wanders back, gives you thumbs up.
All right.
Also, before I forget again, can I get your name?
What the fuck is her name?
I even gave you like a little bit of a warning that I wasn't
Yeah.
asked.
I
her
know,
name.
I just immediately forgot. Oh, Celadine. Celadine.
You sound like tea.
Thank you. You... Yeah. Thank you. There's like a,
All right.
a soft red hue to her cheeks.
If Morrow hasn't lost track of Hestia, I would like to gain his knowledge on where she is and look her up.
She's about 5 feet behind you.
Oh, that's convenient.
I turn around.
Yeah.
And 3, 2, 1, pivot.
Just
She stood there, sort of like jaw open a little bit, holding the book, as she realizes, looking up, that she's almost walked into the four of you.
Yeah.
There is a surprised look on her face.
All right, Hestia, listen to me. We are going to make this easy. You're going to walk with us to the tavern voluntarily, and we're going to ask you some questions. Is that clear?
Yep.
Good. We walk her to the tavern and a seat. I'm kind of it's obviously it's a little bit unnerving because I have a tone under it, but generally I try to be sort of nice and hospitable. Have a seat, Hestia, because we've seen some things, and I'm sure you know what we're talking about. So you don't need to act all dumb, and we can skip past the small talk. What the fuck did you do?
Roll a persuasion or intimidation for me.
They are the same. 18.
There's a pale wash that goes over her face. How did you survive?
You're asking the
accidentally
wrong
burped.
questions.
They're really bad at capturing, or at least
Yeah.
this turtle. They did not touch me once.
That would probably be the shell.
Yeah,
I
you
should have
didn't really
foreseen that. And she,
think-
like, without even moving ahead, just writes a note in the journal.
I'm not even going to question why you thought sending a giant hippo, a turtle, a very obvious dastard, and, well, me to their graves would be successful for you. Doesn't matter. Who are we supposed to worship? Because we couldn't figure that out. What was going on with that?
Yeah, the bird thing was weird.
What bird thing?
The birds that commanded us in Celestial to worship someone.
I'm a horticulturist. I'm not really into birds.
I would like to insight check, even though I have a feeling she might be telling the truth.
Yeah, roll for insight.
16.
She is telling the truth. She doesn't know what you're referring to, but there is like a glint of recognition. So she is technically telling the truth, but she does know sort of what you're referring to.
I've been standing so far. I pull up a chair and I just
like climb on it Riker style, you know, the guy from
Oh,
Star Trek
fuck
that goes
yes.
reverse on it.
Yes, I love it.
I'm like, okay, say I buy that. Have you noticed any weird activity with animals around your pretty little orchard in the last couple of days?
Well, I mean, unless you count the dead deer, then no.
No animals have been screeching at you, being ominous and shit like that.
No, don't think so.
So, why? Let me see how to phrase this. I'm going to need you to be a little bit more upfront with us about this, because we need to know if people are in danger. I'm sure you're a lovely girl. I'm sure you don't mean harm on the entire village here. You're not a mass murderer, are you?
No, I mean, look, I
You tried to
found.
murder us. That's just a small thing. That doesn't really matter, does it?
That's because you were digging into where you shouldn't be. I found a book, and it was just very interesting, and I, I thought I could maybe win this year.
And the book was just about horticulture?
Well, I assume you found it, so you've read it.
You don't have an extra book on you?
Apart from this one, and she sort of waves her journal a little bit.
Without being subtle about it, I just turn around to my companions and I'm like, I'll be honest, I'm not really good at this interrogating shit. I don't know what to ask her. If she says no, I kind of believe her. But I don't know what else to do, really.
So this book was supposed to help, and it looks like it did, but these plants are dangerous.
Well, I mean, they came with the book, so yeah.
What do you mean they came with the book?
Well, they were in the book.
Like you grew them out of the book, or there was like a spell you cast and then they appeared.
No,
There
I
were
mean, like
seeds in the book.
Yeah, I opened the book and the seeds came out.
Where did you find this book?
Yeah.
It was just on my desk. I woke up one day and it was there.
Do you
you
often
happen to-
find books left on your desk with seeds inside?
No, do you?
No, that's why I would take a few minutes to think about the ramifications of it if I did.
I was very inclined to see what I could grow, and it seemed interesting, and last week I woke up, I found the book, and yeah.
You have no partners in this, no people you actively engage with your scientific, like a mentor or someone you exchange information with.
No, the last person who taught me was my dad, and he's gone, so it's just me. And they kind of look down on me a little bit, but
Well, you're really short, so
I mean, we're all
Hey,
kind of short.
Don't be mean.
Don't worry,
mean,
everyone
I'm
has
just
to look
honest.
up to me, so.
Look, at least we're not humongosoid giant people, okay, with oddly proportioned bodies.
I see how I was mean now. That
Yeah.
hurts. Well, okay, so first of all, we're going to have to destroy all the things you've done. You're probably a wonderful scientist, but you tried to kill us and you're raising dangerous plants. So, no hard feelings, but they're going to go.
As
Do
you
you
say that,
understand?
her eyes sort of shift to the window and flick back.
I immediately check what she's looking at.
There is an additional stall with her name on it, with a variety of different, seemingly passive flowers. But it is what she looked at.
Do they happen to have dangerous-looking plants on it?
Not as far as you can tell.
You guys stay here. I'll check out the.
Okay. Good.
And I'm gonna go over to the plants.
Mm-hmm.
To the stall. And I want to see what kind of plants there are. Are any of them like dangerous or poisonous?
Make an investigation check for me.
That's a 7 plus 0, 7.
Shit.
I will touch one of the plants if I have to.
As you're sort of touching them, looking at the variety that are on offer in front of sort of on the top of the stall in like a stair step way, so you can put them at different heights. They all seem quite exotic, but none of them seem poisonous or dangerous. None of them react.
I shout out, do you see anything?
Well, none of them tried to poison me like the ones in the greenhouse did. So that's good.
I say just burn the stalls, just to be sure.
I gesture for the mayor to come over before I burn the stall down.
There's a very quick, frantic footsteps of tiny legs as she makes her way over.
Hi, so I repeat all of the information we know so far.
She sort of... I did it again. She holds her arms out to the frantic crowd that have now seemed to notice and shouts, "Get back!" and then looks at you. Like that, shit up. Please.
Cool. I separate. I gesture for Geo to come over here. We separate the stall away from the ones next to it, and then I go, "I got this," and then I produce flame, and I just go, like a flamethrower.
Nice.
Surprised you didn't get F's help.
Listen, F is standing there with 2 sparklers in his hands, just so happy.
Can you make a Arcana check for me, please?
Yeah. That's a 15 plus 0. 15.
The entire stall erupts into flame, and you can slowly see parts of it begin to fall and crumble. The flowers ignited immediately. It is on fire.
Good.
Cool. I have the people gather a bunch of buckets of water
Mm-hmm.
just in case embers fly elsewhere.
Okay.
Because I do not want to set the village on fire. And then
Back
I stand there
inside.
and watch it burn.
You guys hear this eruption of flame and sort of a gust of warm air that comes through the tavern door as it begins to alight, and there's a flickering that comes through the window. Make a perception check. Choose one of you, and then obviously the others can give advantage, so it's whichever one of you 3 wants to do it.
I don't want to go meta per se. I'm alright, but not great.
I have a +4, but
I'll
I'll
give
give
you-
you. Yeah.
Of course it's going to be Geo. Amazing. Even better. Yeah, roll with
17.
advantage. Okay. As that eruption happens, both the Rhea and Ku's heads immediately turn to sort of like out of instinct check what that was.
Yeah.
You are the only person that stays fixed on Hestia. There is a moment where there's a familiar crimson glow to her eyes and a soft smile. And then when they turn back, it fades.
I go sit on Hestia so she can't move.
Okay. She's like, "Oh, help me."
Yeah, what are you doing? What's going on? What?
She had a glow to her eyes and she smiled. Do you remember when you got that thing stuck in your hand, the other creatures that were there? Actually, I don't know if you saw them, but I know Bellini did.
There were creatures?
Yeah.
I move my hand, which is gloved still, towards near her to see if she reacts.
No.
No, no reaction. All right. So she really isn't involved in this.
I
Oh
think
God.
she is, but she isn't.
There's like a just complaining that she's being crushed under the weight of a hippo.
I take a really deep sigh and I place my other hand on my cursed hand. I close my eyes and in Celestial I try. What do you want? Who are you? And I try and make contacts some way.
Okay, make a religion or arcana for me. See how well you can know.
Go for the same. Oh, there's 7. I would have loved a good roll there.
There is a cold, heartless absence of reply.
Oh, amazing. Okay, well, maybe they'll respond another time. Well, we should probably deal with the rest of her plans and or have the mayor deal with it. I think we might be getting mixed up in some trouble here. That isn't entirely their fault, and it'd be a shame if they fell victim to that.
Well, Hestia is not going to go anywhere unless she can all of a sudden lift 900 pounds.
We flick back to Bellini as you're anxiously watching this store burn. It is fading a lot quicker than it should be. Almost as if it erupted in flame and then during this conversation, maybe a minute, it's like it's being pulled inwards. You're muted, honestly.
All right, my sister's dog is barking.
It's fine.
I'm gonna look at the mayor and I'm gonna go. This isn't burning properly. I would have people move away quickly.
They all scatter almost immediately.
Great, cool. I'm gonna go. Buddy, this is about to get hot. And I toss up into the air and I summon him. And we're gonna start poking around this burning stall.
Cool. Can you make a Constitution saving throw for F, please?
Yeah. He has a stat block. Hold on one second. No, I want my Wildfire Spirit. Thank you. On save. Okay. That is an 18 plus 2. So that is a dirty 20. He's also immune to fire damage.
I know.
Okay.
You watch as he erupts into his own tiny little flame form. You can see the flames are being dragged towards the store, and he's sort of struggling to stay up. He is, obviously, because you succeeded, managing to sort of hold his ground.
I'm gonna walk over. I'm gonna command him to blink away. So there's some more distance, and then I'm gonna approach the stall.
Cool. You can see the flames are being drawn in, and as the slowly burning stall begins to fall apart and sort of crumble, I did it again, damn it. There is a giant, large, almost egg-like shape with small grooves and bumps. Looks a lot like a giant seed that is just standing in the middle.
Cool. Yeah, I look at it. I'm gonna pull my daggers out, and I'm gonna shout to the group. I go, there's some weird seed absorbing fire from this stall. I'm gonna try to destroy it. There's probably gonna be a big plant monster that's gonna come out.
As you say that,
Just a heads up.
as you say
I-
that, can you make a Dex saving throw, please?
Yeah. It is not a save I'm proficient in, so
Uh-oh.
that's a
Uh-oh.
2 plus 1, 3. Just how far do you see this turtle get launched through the air? is the real question.
You all sort of. I did it again. Fuck. You all turn. I'd say Geo is still sat down. So Larea and Ku, you quickly run to either the door or the window to see a vast, fiery explosion as you see a turtle body go flying past the window. You fly about 20 feet. You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit part the side, and all watch as this massive blast of arcane magic begins to radiate outwards. The store was on the other side of the square. Not a big square, but just on the other side of where the tavern is. And you watch as vines and slowly growing hedges begin to form into almost a labyrinth maze of plant. And in the middle stands this very tall, almost graceful looking creature that begins to sway as these plants begin to crawl outwards. Luckily, you told a lot of the villagers to scatter, and they're all moving apart to get away from this slowly growing mass of plants. Some parts are tall, twisting, almost dead-like trees with dark branches and purple leaves, and other parts are radiant, beautiful, sun-sparkling flowers and different parts. Geo can't see it. Bellini is unconscious. So, Larea and Ku, if you can make a nature or arcana check for me.
Yes. Does a nat 1 succeed?
No.
Oh.
You're used to a lot of city life. You're more obsessed about the corpses than plants. So it's
What
no
do I
idea.
get with a 10?
Was that arcana or nature?
Arcana.
Ooh, okay. There is a shimmering void tear behind the creature, and you can see through it, and more of that plant life and landscape beyond this very higgledy-piggledy parts of different things. You can see in the distance one of the mountains is upside down with softly snow that seems to rise from the ground upwards. That is the Feywild. And you're watching Fey energy spill into this village. Everyone's going to need to roll initiative, and we will come back just after the break with our Tailspire as well for our final combat for this evening. So a quick 10-minute break before we're right back with some...
I rolled a 20!
Oh, God, yes! So we see you
rolled a
very
4.
soon.
Find me a place among my brethren, the pines, the bees, the frost. I cannot stay where nature's embrace is lost. Find me where Canoe makes his revelry. Where the horned one sleeps. Down by riverside resting, no one but me. troubles and your worries. Set your soul on fire and dance among the trees. Oh, find me where Canunos makes his revelry. Ooh, where the horned one sleeps. Deep in woodlands running, no one but me. Wake up, wreathed in ivy, bathed in the light of the moon. Through the canopy I see the light of the stars shining through. Down by shoreside sea, no one but me. Find me where Canunos makes his revelry. Where the horned one sleeps. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night. Oh. Strike, turn, hammer and burn, the bellows teach and the fires burn. Iron, oil, temper and toil, the forge ain't hot if your blood don't boil. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade to slay that evil heel, a sword that gleams like diamonds that can make the darkness kneel. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night. Hear that anvil ring, echo song of the hammer swing. Shape, grind, polish and shine, the world ain't ready for a work so fine. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade, for to purge the blight, which creeps upon this world we love to take from us the light. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, slave. Hey, 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 hey. Welcome to the Isle of Sin. Cursed stone, blessed ore. Swing your pick till you hit the floor. Break your filthy back some more until you strike the mithril score. Hey, 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 hey. Welcome to the Isle of Sin. With your life, pay your dues. Work or die, it's yours to choose. You've got nothing left to lose. The checks await should you refuse. Hey, 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 hey. Welcome to the Isle of Sin. An empty look behind your eyes. No soul of a man left there to find. No hope within these iron sights. You're worth these mines till the day you die. Welcome to the Isle of Sin. Welcome to the Isle of Sin. Welcome to the Isle of Sin. Her soul and mine, they're one and the same. Split one in twain, and we both feel the pain. The sins of one father unread in our veins. Through darkness and hunger, she remained, but her heart no more beats in tandem with mine. And I'm waiting for the wink and the witty one-liner, for her to say she got me and hit me with a smile. But the hole in my chest says I'll be waiting for a while. Be a boatman, your reaper. I'll be yours, but you can't keep her. Lay me down on a bed of ravens' feathers. Dear sister, swear to me you'll stay close, never out of reach. Oh, do not go far from me until I'm gone. Mantle of death, black feathered crown, lift up this body asleep on the ground. A soul for a soul, let mine be laid down in this tomb I wish had never been found. You were to champion, I want her back. So I'll be a boatman, your reaper. I'll be yours, but you can't keep her. Lay me down on a bed of ravens' feathers. Dear sister, swear me a place among my brethren, the pines, the bees, the frost. I cannot stay where nature's embrace is lost. Find me where canoe nose makes his revelry. Where the horned one sleeps. Down by riverside resting. No one but me.
Okay, so we pick up immediately. Welcome back. With you guys having this confrontation with this creature, essentially. You watch as an eruption of Fey energy throws Bellini across part of the square, if you can call it that. You now see what appears to be a labyrinth-esque garden-like structure, almost like the crown jewel, ironically, for the flower festival. There's beautifully sculpted hedges line a winding path leading to an open clearing filled with, now you can see, slowly growing exotic creatures. At its heart, an elegant plant-like figure sways in time to almost a silent melody. 2 long legs and 4 slender arms draped with vibrantly hued petals give it an almost whimsical appearance, yet keen eyes catch the serrated leaves edging into its limbs, and the steely protectiveness in its posture. It wears a wide flower crown on its head, fluttering like a performance hat in the breeze, and you can tell it seems very fiercely protective of the plant life around it. What would we like to do before we enter into some form of combat?
I would like to gauge. How do I say this? I want to check if my psychic spells would have any effect. So I want to gauge if they are like a sentient / humanoid-ish being that would be susceptible to that.
Okay. Roll a... oh, God. Survival check.
Same question for my psychic stuff.
Also roll a survival check.
Well, I rolled a 7, so I have no idea.
No.
I rolled a 5, so I have less idea.
Also no.
Bloom, you're muted again.
What do I know about this creature? I want to try and like figure out, like, I'm the plant guy, I'm the nature guy.
Yeah,
How
make
can
a
I help
nature check.
My team.
I forgot to...
Can I make a survival check?
No, you can make a nature check.
Okay. I rolled an 18 on the die. Doesn't matter. Let's go.
What are you specifically trying to figure out?
What kind of plant is this? Will my fire affect it? Will my team be able to kill it?
This is a plant, and you would assume that fire would be quite useful.
Will my
I would
team's
say,
stuff be able
with
to
that
work
as
against
well,
it?
you know that it is sentient enough and is not currently moving to attack you.
I shout to Lorea and Ku. Your psychic attacks will work. It's not currently attacking. I think I'm gonna have F teleport me in. That way we don't have to run through this maze. If you also want to get close, I can also... It'll take a little bit, but F can teleport you in.
Whoop.
Sure.
How tall also are these hedges? Are they like?
The
Could
ones,
Ku stand on a roof of a building and see over the edges of the hedge?
the top of
over
the
the top.
building, yes. I would say the roof also yes, as in like this tiny roof, but most of it he would be able to see above it. It's about, how tall's Geo? About 8 foot,
9
9
feet.
foot. Yeah, somewhere around there.
So
About
I
the
can
same.
see over the hedges.
I'd say it just crests where your eye line is.
Okay.
Also, if you've switched us over to the map on Tailspire, if you haven't,
I
yet,
haven't.
we're still on.
I will do that.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was intentional or not.
No, I just didn't know if everyone had it loaded up.
So it's safe to
Download
say
missing content.
So it's safe to say I cannot see over these hedges from where I.
From where you
currently
are right now, no. No, you wouldn't be able to,
Okay.
to tell.
And which one is the big creature? The
This
purple
boy.
one or- Oh, okay. And then these other plants are also here. Are they?
Yes,
also
there is
moving?
one violet blossom that you recognize,
Okay.
a bulbous violet, and there's two tri flowers that are, you would assume, adult sized.
Cool.
Gotcha.
And then a large
Cool.
rift behind all of them.
I don't know if killing them will close the rift, but unless we want to go to the Feywild, which I don't.
I mean, I kind of do, but
Everyone wants to go to Feywild Day. Let's go.
Here's the deal. I think we can try to talk to it. If that fails, we kill it.
Yeah.
And if you need help getting it through the maze, Eth will teleport you. Yeah, I would like to approach the big dude and talk to it.
Is Eth with you?
Yes.
It's softly
you-
swaying, almost like it's dancing to the air.
And from a distance, I go, "Hi, I'm Bellini. Can I have control of Eth, please?"
No.
Okay.
Yes, you may.
Hi, I'm Bellini.
Oh, no, that's fine.
You seem to have exploded and grown this. Can you not?
What language are you speaking?
I would like to speak Druidic.
Oh, okay. It sort of...
These are
I did it again.
plants.
It tilts its head at you. Still gently dancing in the breeze. And looks at Eth for a moment. And you can see the leaves of its hand begin to serrate to an edge.
I'm gonna look at Eth and I'm gonna go, you should go back around that corner. And he goes around the corner.
Yeah, as he moves away, they change back to a more delicate form as he's waving in the breeze.
Hi, yes. Can you not be here? Can you go back to the Feywild? Is that an option?
But we were asked here.
By who?
We know not, only that we were summoned.
Cool. Well, you were summoned, in the middle of this village during the flower festival. They like plants. But your two friends spew poison and will kill the villagers, and the purple one will eat them. And that's not great for the halflings that live here. There is a great forest you could live in. That is an option. They would also appreciate if you closed the rift to the Feywild in the middle of their town.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
That's an 18 and 19 on the die. So an 18 plus 3 is 21. And I can take a photo of my dice and send it to you.
No, it's
if
fine.
you would like.
My children will not harm your villages. We simply were promised a home, and this is where we will create one. Doesn't seem to be hostile. Still just gently swaying.
I invite the group to come, and I ask them to bring the mayor. And I go, well, listen. I'm gonna introduce you to the mayor. She runs this village. And maybe you can talk to each other and create a way you can live in harmony without. Yeah.
What is a mayor?
The mayor is the person who is often elected, so they're chosen by all the other people that live there, and they kind of run the town. They're like the mom or dad of this village.
I would like to meet this person.
I shout to the group and I go, sorry, your name is? I didn't ask. That's my bad.
I don't have a name. Names are funny.
Well, I'm Bellini. I don't want to insult you and call you something rude. Should I call you the mother tree?
I do not have a gender.
Should we just call you the boss then?
What is boss?
The person in charge.
I like this.
Okay. So the plant boss, and I kind of shout to the group and I go, so the plant boss wants to speak to the mayor. I'm gonna have to translate because he's speaking Druidic right now. But I shout this in common to the rest of the party.
Okay. So you guys see the explosion, see the mass growing hedges, these people appear, that rift, the Fey energy, and then Bloom seems to be having some conversation with you and then relays that back. Geo is still inside the tavern, and you guys are sort of standing at the door.
I will volunteer to get the mayor, so I will look around and try and find her.
Make a perception check or investigation, whatever one's better for you.
That's a 16.
She's
For
currently
perception.
cowering behind a tree.
I walk over to her and I say, "Look, I know this looks really scary. We need your help, though. If there is a possibility for us to solve this diplomatically without bloodshed, we need you to speak with this being."
I don't speak that language. I am not going near it. It might eat me.
Do you want there to be a full-on fight here with the risk of all of your villages burning down?
I mean, no.
You're not going to be a coward to give up the lives of all of your brethren here, are you?
Make a persuasion.
Oh my god, that's a 5.
She just cowers even further behind the tree. Look, if anyone's gonna fight it, it's you guys. So she sort of...
I am debating whether to leave her or to be scary. I'm gonna be scary. So I do
Please tell me you do Form of Dread.
I do. Yeah,
Yes.
I do. I do form of dread, and I need to mark that off. So similar to in the manor house, I transform into this horrendous, decaying goat demon monster, and in a very deep, down-pitched, demonic voice, I'm like, "This is not a question or a request. This is a command. You will walk up to that plant right now." Um. They also need to throw a wisdom saving throw to see if they're scared of me, frightened at least.
Yep. She goes pale white, just stares at you. You see like 2 blinks, screams, and then faints.
Still in my goat demon form, I'm like, it's not happening, guys. Oh, sorry. It's not happening, guys.
Much better. I like the commitment.
Thanks.
You're muted, Bloom.
Bloom, you're muted.
The wind
can
has your voice.
If you can carry her over here, I'll wake her up. Geo, if you want to tie, what's her
Hestia.
name up? Hestia up. And then you can just kind of carry the mayor over here, and I'll wake her up. And then I'll
I'll just
translate.
carry both of them.
That also works. Yeah, that works too.
It's fine, I have it. And I
Okay.
pick up the mayor and I walk over to Bellini and I leave like a trail of black smoke after me as I approach. And I flop her down in front of Bellini.
Okay.
And then I wake the mayor up.
Lorea,
Hmm.
as you approach the plants, your form of dread is still active. And 2 of them immediately begin violently shaking as the nerves overcome them.
Nah.
The 2 triflowers are frightened of you. But
Yeah.
the dancing foliage immediately leaves become serrated edges. Everyone roll initiative.
I tried.
Honestly, it was working until I realized that you were still
A demon.
a
Yeah.
demon goat form. But also
I got a
roll
nat
me
20.
roll me an insight check as well, Lorea.
Yeah.
20, 20.
I will if I don't throw it
I
on the
got a
ground.
21. Nat 20 plus 1. 21.
Cool.
Or
4. Cool.
that's my initiative.
I thought I'd missed like 24 or... Okay, just 4. No.
So my initiative is also 20 plus 1. So I tie both on the plus and the dice roll. with
Okay, who
Bellini.
has the higher dex out of the 2 of you?
I have
I have
plus
a
1.
12. I have a 12.
Plus.
I have 13, so I'm
Okay.
1 higher.
So I'll put you at 22. Cool.
I got a 10.
Okay.
And my insight was a 15.
Cool. They react to your form of dread with fright immediately. The dancing foliage, you notice, sort of tilts their head as the radiating aura that you're giving off. There's a recognition in their eyes.
Yeah.
So, oh my god, what is their dex? Oh, okay. So the dancing foliage is gonna go for Lorea immediately.
Cool.
It's going to run at you.
Hmm.
Do I get an attack of
Zoom in.
opportunity?
No, because you're right next to each other.
Damn it.
You do get advantage though.
Yeah.
Actually, I put myself here. Haha. Okay, so the first one, it tries to hit you with its serrated leaves. That is a 9. And then
that doesn't hit.
and then it begins to whirl around in like a tornado of these serrated, almost knife-like foliage. Both you and Bellini need to make a dexterity saving throw for me. I need a lot of dice.
17.
That's a 3.
Okay. So 10. 12 damage to Bellini, 6 to Larea.
Okay.
And it is your turn.
Okay. I would like to cast Phantasmal Force. Which creates an illusion maximum of 10 feet.
Mhm.
I'm checking to see whether it can attack in the same turn.
Let me have a look.
Attack can even take damage. On each of your turns, such a phantasm can deal 2d8 psychic damage to the target if it's in a phantasm. It doesn't really specify, so I'll leave it up to you whether they can attack now or later. And I'll describe what the illusion is. So I will
Hold on.
conjure.
Oh, it failed. Yep, go for it.
I will conjure a duplicate version of myself, actually, because I want to make an illusion that can harm them. So I will make another monster. And if you allow it, I would like to attack it. I suppose that would just be a melee attack or something. It just claws.
I need something. That'll do. Blah 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 blah. While affected, but the big blip 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 blip.
I've cast it near the because I see it next to me, near the dancing creature, in melee range, and it will my demon clone will take a swipe.
Yep,
doesn't-
2d8.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to mention it doesn't mention it to hit DC, just that
Nope.
it has to be in the
Nope.
vicinity.
Because it failed. It happened.
It's wisdom. It's
Intelligence.
intelligence. It's 6 psychic damage, and on its turn it can check to see if it's real or not, but it's an action.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Cool. I like that. That's very, very cool. Anything else?
I use my movement speed to get as far away from the enemies as I can. I have 30 feet. I'm already quite a bit away from it. I want to position myself so I can still see them, but I'm out of range of them well enough that I can't be grappled. And they can't really run to me.
Okay.
So if I look at the map, probably in that alleyway.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay. You taking the attack of opportunity?
Yeah, that's fine.
Bloop. It will, of course, swipe at you. Let's see, it's a +5. 19.
Ah, it hits, bastard.
It's not actually a lot, to be honest.
Wait, does it hit you or the illusion?
Me, because the illusion is next to the dancing figure.
That is 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Anything
it.
else?
Nope, that's it.
Bellini, you're up.
Great. F is gonna move over, grab the mayor, and teleport her out.
Okay.
Just so that she doesn't die.
Makes sense.
Also lost F beneath the map. Hold up.
No, he's not. He's right there.
Oh, there he is. So he teleports her out and then moves the rest of the way. And then I'm gonna turn and I'm gonna go, ow! That's not cool, dude. And I am gonna cast Flaming Sphere on the big tree person. And I'm gonna spawn it on top of them. Yeah. And I'm gonna roll it into the creature. And it's gonna take.
Do they have a flaming sphere?
We
do.
just used a big fire.
Blue. There you go.
Thanks. And I'm gonna move it so it is sharing a space with this dude.
Awesome.
And it needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Am I dexterous?
Probably not.
I am very.
Oh.
That is
Oh,
a
shit.
23.
Yeah, that passes. So it takes half damage.
Dun, 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 dun.
So it takes 3 damage.
Okay.
And that's an action. F used its action to teleport. And I'm gonna drink a potion of healing, of greater healing.
Good idea.
So that's as a bonus action though. So I have to roll that, right? Yeah.
Oh, so it wouldn't
Sorry.
occupy the same space. It would occupy
Oh.
a space next to it.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you, if he's here, that would be there. You are here. That goes there.
And
Sorry.
do
there we
if
go.
I'm drinking a potion as a bonus action, I roll, right?
Yes, if you take an action, it's the full gubbins.
Sorry. So I roll and I heal 4, 7, 11, 13 plus 4, 17 points of damage.
Awesome. Love to see
Right.
it. Anything
8,
else?
11, 13. Yeah, no, that's it. That's action, bonus action, F, do an S thing.
5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, actually, them there. I'm gonna get you, Bellini. That is a. God fucking damn it! 17.
Nope.
Okay. Remind me what the form of dread does for me.
Oh god, I have to check it again. Sorry. If I hit a creature, it needs to make a wisdom saving throw to see if it's frightened. If it is frightened of you until the end of your next turn, so until the end of my next turn, they're frightened.
Cool.
That's really it. I get temporary hit points. That's not relevant for them.
Yep. Blah 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 blah.
And I'm immune to the frightened condition. That's probably also not relevant.
Willingly
for them.
move closer to the source of its fear, so they have to go. Oh, that's fine. They'll just go to Bellini.
They can't move in her direction. I thought. That's
It isn't. He moved that way. This one can't, so it's maybe over here. I'd say technically they're also scared of your duplicate because they rolled a 1. So the other Trifrond is gonna go for Bellini. and it is going to. Oh shit! Oh, okay. Make a Constitution saving throw, please, Blaney.
Not a wisdom saving throw. I'm really good at those.
For this one, no.
17 plus 2, 19.
Okay. Make
Oh.
a Dexterity saving throw.
God, I'm terrible at those. That's a 4 plus 1, 5.
Okay, and that's one's for me. Yes. Okay, so you watch as this frond begins to shake. It throws sort of an orange blossom towards you, which you quickly move out of the way before it can touch you. This one you recognize as the thing that poisoned you earlier. The second one quickly whips around, hits you on the legs, and you take 5 acid damage as you see this seeping liquid begin to eat away at your legs. And finally, the last one, it follows up, sort of a slamming movement down on top of you. You take 2 points of piercing damage, and it begins to wrap around you. You are currently grappled.
Hold on. I need to make a concentration check, but I'm a warcaster, so
Advantage.
yeah. Yeah, no, that's 15 plus 2, 17. So I'm still good.
Yep.
How far are you from this flaming sphere? Hold on. Nope, you're too far away. Okay.
10 feet.
Yeah. I can't remember if it's 5 or 10. I'm looking. Hold on. It's nope, it's within 5 feet. Okay. Okay.
All right, Ku, you're up. You haven't currently entered.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, in the past minute, I saw Larea run by with the unconscious mayor,
Yep.
run away, and then F appear again with the unconscious mayor.
Yeah, I'd say you can hear the starting sounds of cries and battle shouts and things like that.
Oh, and there's a giant flaming sphere in the middle of this.
Yeah, he can't see over the hedge. That's what we're talking
Yeah.
about. So he hasn't seen any of this go on.
Gotcha.
Alright. I'll use 25 feet of movement to get up to here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I can see anything still. So I'm gonna
Nope.
move.
I mean, you can technically walk up the hedge.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right. So I'll move another 10 feet up into
Cool.
here.
I'd say you
Bonus
can see
action.
both plants, both of these ones.
Okay. I will still. Let me make sure that's it. That's not. I'm not confusing it with monk. Believe cunning action has dash. Yeah, so I will bonus action dash to get my another 35 feet.
Sure.
See that it's going to hell and kind of jump over here.
Nice.
And then I will just throw one. Let me make sure I'm not too far away. Yeah, okay, 60 feet. Couldn't be, but. Yeah, I'll toss a psychic dagger at the big plant thing closest to me.
Awesome. Yeah, go for it.
Oh. It's a 17 to hit.
Yeah.
Alright.
Remind me again which one you're hitting?
The one that's right next to Bellini.
Okay.
The big yellowy guy.
Yeah.
So that's 6 plus another. So 12 psychic damage total.
How do you want to do this?
I think it's just a dagger that's low to the ground, like just over these baby hedges here, that
Mhm.
cuts off the stem,
Awesome.
leading up to that monstrosity.
Yeah, Lorray, you watch as a very nimble and agile coup comes racing around the corner, clocks you, clocks the rest of it, and with a deft hand sort of launches this knife towards the plant. It skims past both of the smaller hedges, cutting off leaves as it goes, and straight into the middle stem of this plant creature, killing it instantly.
Nice.
Anything else?
Yeah, let me double check how much movement I've used. Son of a bitch, rulers, work with me.
It's about 30 feet.
Yeah, I'll use my last 5 feet to tuck back
Nice.
here and hide a little bit.
Awesome. You are reminded that one of these plants can sense you, regardless of.
Oh, I'm not taking the hide action. I just don't want to be in line of sight of whatever.
No, that's
about to
absolutely
happen.
fine. I just wanted to make sure everyone remembered that.
Yeah.
And then that's the end of your turn.
Yep, that is it.
Cool. This frond is going to study Loray's. Well, oh no, because it can't see it. It doesn't exist.
Nope.
It's not. It can't move towards Loraya. So it's not going to do anything. It's going to stay there. Geo, you're up.
Okay. I am going to off Hestia, but pick her up and bring her with me.
Nice.
And then I am just going to move my... Well, that's way too far. Move my way towards action.
Cool. Are you dashing at all?
No. I'm moving slowly because I'm carrying someone.
Oh, okay, that's your choice. It's my foliage. Is going to take the study. That is very shit. Where is it? Please be intelligent. Son of a bitch. Fuck! What is the DC it needs to make?
13.
God damn it! That's an 11.
Aw.
And Lorea, it's your turn.
Okay, I'll start off with the damage to the mother plant being boss, 2d8.
Mhm.
Before I forget to do that. Boss plant, 11 psychic damage for her, for them, for him, whoever. And I will simply cast Eldritch Blast on her as well.
Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So that's a 21 to hit. That hits, I think.
Yes.
And then I will roll for damage. That is. That's a 1. I got confused. I got a D100. That's a 1. 1 damage. Which isn't a lot, but it is.
It's something.
damage.
Every little
That's
helps.
something. Force damage, by the way, should have mattered.
Yeah. Bellini, you're up.
I am currently grappled, so
Yes.
I am going to roll the flaming sphere. Oh, I don't want to move both of us. I just want the sphere. Game. Nope. Give me just the sphere. Stop it. Why are they tied together?
I don't know. Because you got both of them selected?
How do I unselect? What is happening? Okay. I'm gonna roll the sphere. So it's between the two, and I'm gonna have it slam into the purple flower.
Well, you'd have to pick
Right.
one or the other.
No, because it'll end next to the purple flower. So it'll.
Yeah, but that's what I
within
mean.
5
Like,
feet of both of them.
if you
Oh, I
look
want
at
it to
these as
slam.
squares, then it'd be here.
Yeah, I want it to slam into the purple flower.
Okie dokie.
The purple flower needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Is it dexterous? Weirdly,
Probably
yes.
not. Oh,
That is a 20.
it passes.
One.
It takes half damage.
Okay.
It takes 6 points of fire damage,
Awesome sauce.
and then F is gonna fly up in the air, and fly closer to it, so he's above the hedges, and he's gonna throw a fire seed at it. So he's gonna roll to hit.
Oh wait, I can actually make it fly.
Cool. So you can put him 30 feet in the air.
No, that's about as far as I can. Oh wait, can I? Yes. Yes.
Aha.
How far in the air?
Great. 30 feet.
Oh my god, that's so high.
Yeah. He has a fly speed of 30. So actually, he's probably a little bit lower because he flew diagonal.
Yeah.
But yeah, F is gonna throw a fireball at a flame seed at this dude, and he rolls a 9 on the purple flower, and he rolls a 19 to hit.
That hits.
And it's gonna take 9 points of fire damage,
Okay.
and then I am gonna cast Burning Hands on the purple flower in front of me because it still has me grappled. So it needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Which one, sorry?
The purple flower that's currently grappling me.
You're not grappled. Because it wasn't the
Oh.
purple flower that grappled you.
Oh, I thought it was.
Nope.
Then never mind. Hold on.
No, it was one of the tri-flowers.
Oh, nice.
But Ku killed it.
Then I'm going to just gonna cast Buggy Ball, Scorching Ray. And I need purple flower to make. Nope, I roll range spell attacks. Okay, throw in one at the purple flower and 2 at the big guy.
Okay.
That's a 13 plus 5, 18 on the purple flower.
Hits.
Okay, and then on the big guy, we got an 18 plus 5, 23.
Yep.
And 12 plus 5, 17.
Yep.
Okay, so each ray does 2d6 damage. So purple takes 7 damage.
Cool.
Big guy takes 5 and another 10, so 15 damage.
Awesome. Anything else?
No, that's my turn. I just throw a lot of fire around in one turn. And I'm gonna take a 5-foot step this way. And that's my turn.
Let's have a look real quick.
Oh, I look at Geo and I go, Geo, do you want F to teleport you into the fight?
You can't see him.
I shout it.
I kind of want to throw Hestia into the Feywild, but
He can teleport you closer to the portal.
that works for me.
Cool. Next turn, he'll do that because I forgot to ask earlier.
Sure.
So just keep running, and then he'll pick you up.
Sounds good. I yell.
It's gonna go for Larea.
Right.
Ooh.
That is a crit.
Oh shit.
So you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage, 2 points of acid, and you are grappled and restrained.
It was able to go for me while frightened?
That one never got frightened. It was the Trifrons.
Ah, right. Okay.
Anything
Do I get an
else?
opportunity attack, or am I too far away?
No, because it was behind the flaming sphere.
Cool. I can cast spells as an attack of opportunity, as long as they target one creature.
Yeah, but they have to
Run away
be.
from
Yeah, they have to be in your space
Next to me.
first.
Yeah.
I've also passed my concentration, so the illusion still stands.
Cool. Yeah, for the big guy. That's no longer frightened of you because your form of dread ended, right? The frightened condition, was it till the end of your next turn? And
Till
then
the end of my next turn, if I hit a creature, it has to throw the save again. If I didn't hit it, it doesn't have to.
Okay.
So it's no longer frightened. Yeah, you're right.
5, 10, 15. This one's gonna go for Bellini as well, because he is right in the mix of it. Make a con save and your dex save again for me.
Okay, con save. Is an 11 plus 2, 13.
13's fine. Dex
And my
save.
Dex save is a 18 plus 1.
Also fine. You do take 5 points of piercing damage and are currently grappled by the frond.
Okay, and then I roll my concentration check for flaming sphere. That's a 9 plus 2, 11. I pass.
Yep, just. Yep, so you're fine. Cool, you're up.
All right. Having seen this purple little bastard come around the corner, I'm gonna
Yeah, just
first chuck. Yeah, I'm gonna chuck one of my psychic daggers at it. See what that does.
Cool. Go for it.
It's an 18 to hit.
Hits.
Alrighty. That is 7 plus sneak attack. That is 16 points of psychic damage.
Woof. Right on the money. It's dead. Larea,
Alright.
you're no longer grappled or restrained.
All right, awesome.
I'll move a couple of feet over. And for my offhand, chuck the other one at the flower next to Bellini.
Cool.
That's a 24 to hit.
Hits.
5 psychic damage.
Okay. Anything else?
And then, yeah, I'm gonna duck back.
No, amazing. Gio, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to dash and throw Hestia underneath my arm and just run. So about there.
Okay.
And then, is that close enough to the portal?
It is not currently. It's behind
Okay.
this hedge. Yeah.
Dang. Okay.
Don't worry. Eth will get you
Oh,
close.
sorry. This hedge.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just trying to remember where they spawned in, which was like along this back line. So it's here.
Yeah. Eth is gonna scoop down and teleport you closer.
Since I took a dash action, that is my turn.
Let me just raise that up so I know where it is. Okay. Ooh, it's my dancing boy's turn. I mean, it's not very intelligent, so I'm just gonna leave the phantasmal force and go for Bellini. 26.
Yeah, that hits.
You take 5 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then it's going to do the spinny boy. So
Okay.
make a dex saving throw, please.
Okay. That is an 11.
Fails.
Cool.
You take 14 points of slashing damage.
Okay, I need to roll concentration. That's 15 plus 2, 17. on my
Yep, that's fine.
concentration check. Cool. Does it
Rain, what are
move
you
at all?
doing? Oh, you're funny. Sorry, what did you say?
Does it move at all, or does it stay there?
No, it stays there.
Great. It takes. Hold on. Boop, boop, boop. It must make a dexterity saving throw. Does it end in its turn there?
Let me roll in intelligence. Yeah, that's a 3. It stays there.
Cool.
What was it? Dex save.
Yeah.
17.
Okay, it passes, but it still takes half damage.
Okay.
It takes 3 points of fire damage.
Cool.
Because it's currently on fire.
Yep,
Next to
no
this
worries.
flaming sphere. Cool. Cool.
I'm going to spend a legendary action.
Oh god.
Can you make a Constitution saving throw, please?
Yeah. That's a 19 plus 2. 21.
Hell yeah.
So you succeed. You take
Yeah.
5 points of necrotic damage as you watch part of its tendril wraps around your leg, and you feel energy being sucked from your leg towards the creature.
Well, I'm at -4 hit points.
No.
So you're down.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
down. I had 1 hit point.
Okay, so that means that's gone.
Flaming
cool.
sphere drop, but F is still up.
Do you want to make your death saving throws, or do you want me to make them for you?
I can roll him.
Loraya, you're up.
Right, I'll start with the Phantasmal Force damage, which is 11 psychic damage on the Dancing Boy.
Cool.
And I will cast Spare the Dying on Bellini so he is stable.
Is Spare the Dying touch?
No, but it is 15 feet. You're right. Sorry. I move within 15 feet. Sorry. I
Why
should
did I
double
think
check
it was...
those things.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so he is here, so 5, 10, 15 would be about there.
Yeah, I need to download Tailspire for next session. Sorry.
It's alright, it doesn't matter. Bellini,
Oh, do I
death
need to
save,
stream
please.
it for you?
It's fine. I'm looking at the
No,
actual
I'm
stream.
I'm stable. I don't.
Oh
have
yeah,
to
you're
roll
stable,
saves.
because you... Yeah.
Which is also good because I rolled a 1 on my death save.
Oh!
Good.
Koo,
That's
you're
why I
up.
have it.
All right. Gonna peek around again and start throwing knives at the big flower.
Big flower, got it.
Big rolls, Jesus. All right. So first one is an 18.
Hits.
Oh, F gets
It's 19 psychic damage.
Dead.
Damn
Very
straight.
dead. You're
All
like a
right.
gardener with this precision.
Bonus action. I'm gonna fling one at the little bastard who talks.
Okay. As you throw that, you see, as it's dancing, it sort of shimmies a little bit, and these petals fall down, making it hard to see where it is. So you have disadvantage on that attack roll.
I rolled 2 23s, so I don't.
Holy
think it really
fuck!
matters.
Yep, that hits.
It's only 5 psychic damage though.
Phew, okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I'll move a little bit closer. I'll move over to here.
Cool.
Also,
That'll
on my
do it.
turn, F flies over, grabs Geo,
Mm-hmm.
and teleports him closer to the portal.
All right. Let's put you right in front of it. Put it there. Do I have a portal? Is there such thing as portal? Portal. Portal? There is. Shimmer, shimmer, portal. Bloop. There. Nailed it. Cool. Gio, your turn. You're currently carrying Hestia on your back. You've just bloop arrived in front of the portal.
I throw Hestia into the portal.
Okay, yep. Just tumbles in, screaming, so like, "Ah!" as she gets sucked through the other side. You see, as she goes tumbling, I'll make a dex save. That's a fail. Love it. She skids onto part of the grass, and then just as you watch one of the trees are like horizontal, she aligns with that gravity and is immediately pulled into the branches of that tree. Anything else?
Okay.
I'd say that was
does
your
that
action.
count as an
so-
action?
yeah. So you
Okay.
got bonus action and movement.
Bonus action. I am just going to use my frost rune to increase my sturdiness for 10 minutes.
Awesome. Ooh, it's me.
Whoa.
So, Frost Rune, as a bonus action to increase your sturdiness for 10 minutes, you gain a +2 bonus to all ability checks and saving throws that use Strength or Constitution.
That's sick as hell.
Yep.
Gio's
So,
got cool shit.
my strength is now a 20.
Cool. Tell me what that
Jesus.
looks like as you activate that rune.
So I keep it in my cloak, so I just open my cloak and then push my finger on the rune,
Mhm.
and it's almost like I turn into like ice covers me, but it's not ice, and I just have like a weird shimmer.
I love that. I'd say almost for the rest of you looks like a weird shimmering. If a polar bear had sex with a hippo, that would be it. It's like an odd shimmering fur to it. It goes completely white and looks quite dapper in his top half suit.
He looks like Gene Simmons from Kiss, but just the white makeup.
Yeah.
and not the
Yeah.
rest of it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's gonna go for, I'd say odds. It's Ku, evens it's Gloria, and that's even. So it's gonna go for you. That's a 14
For who?
for you.
That meets it.
Ooh,
Beats
nice.
it.
You take 7 points of slashing damage. And it's going to...
Hell yeah. Concentration's still up. 7
Hell
points, right?
yeah.
7
Oof.
points of damage. Yeah.
7
Yeah.
points of damage.
Okay.
It's going to... It's going to, like, dance a little bit more, and you watch these rainbow-colored petals float around you and Ku. Can you both make a wisdom saving throw, please?
Can. Oh, that's pretty alright. 19.
Okay.
12.
Oof. You both just meet it. You're fine. I'm going to spend my last legendary action, because I only gave it 2 for some reason. Can you both make dex saving throws?
Oh, I'd really rather not. 9.
Surprising no one. That's a 23.
Yeah. 9, 10, 13. Lorea, you take 13 points of slashing damage as it begins to spin round wildly.
I'm
Ku, you only
down.
take 6. Lorea is down.
Yes.
Am I right in thinking Phantasmal Force goes?
Yes.
Would you like to roll your death saving throws, or do you want me to roll them?
You can roll them.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Bellini
One success.
stable.
It's F's turn though. F gets to go.
It
Don't
is
forget
F's
about my
turn.
boy.
Go F. Go F.
F looks at Geo and goes,
Wait.
Yeah, F is not a concentration ability. F moves on my own. On its own. Oh. Hold on.
Familiars only go when you dismiss them or they die.
Yeah. And if I'm down, if you're incapacitated, the spirit takes any action of its choice.
What the hell is that?
Under the stat block, when I click on Summon Wildfire Spirit, the spirit, in combat, the spirit shares your initiative count, but it takes your turn immediately after yours. The only action it can take on its turn is a dodge action, unless you take a bonus action on your turn to command it to take another action. The action can be one in its stat block or some other action. So, like, if I wanted to give F a sword, S could attack with the sword. If you are incapacitated, the spirit can take any action of its
Oh,
choice, not
yeah.
just dodge.
Nice.
F is gonna look at Geo, and give and like mime teleport, if Geo wants to teleport or not.
Geo just shakes his head.
Okay, so F grabs Geo and he teleports, closer to, the dude. Yeah.
Cool. And then F will just need to be next time. Yeah.
Yep. And then that's S turn, and he backs up a little bit.
Very nice. I always forget how OP wildfire spirits are.
Yeah.
Ku,
Listen,
you're up.
F is good. F is a good boy.
He's a good
All right.
boy.
Now that Geo is within 5 feet of this thing too, I will swing on it with my psychic blades. First one is a 23 to hit.
Hits.
So that's 14 psychic damage.
How do you want to do this?
I think since it's now closer, the daggers that I normally would summon more become claws, and it's just kind of a feral ripping of the bark and anything that mostly focused at like the face and where the throat would be, or any other vitals.
I love that. Very
yeah,
cool.
Very not pretty.
Mm-mm. And it bleh, dies. That rift, however, is still there. And you've got a unknown to you whether or not still okay companion to your left, and obviously Bellini is lying on the floor, stable, but you're not sure. So we're still going to move through initiative. So that was your action.
Yeah. I don't really have a good bonus action I can do. So I think that will be the end of my turn.
Gio.
I am going to Cure Wounds Bellini.
Okay.
He heals for 17.
Holy shit.
Nice.
That's a lot of alpha.
What does it look like as Gio can apparently heal people?
Um, he uses prestidigitation to conjure a ski ball, and he just holds it to Bellini's chest, and he's like, "Please work, please work," and he prays, and uses the ski ball as his medium to use cure wounds.
I love that. You watch this gently radiating green and gold light move over his whole form, some of the wounds closing shut. Bellini just wakes up with a ski ball on your chest.
I was like, oh, thanks, Gio. And I stand up.
Cool.
Gio picks up the ski ball and eats it.
Fuck's sake.
And then I'm going to cast Healing Word. Actually, no, I'll cast Cure Wounds. It's more health. I'll walk over and cast Cure Wounds on Loraya.
Okay.
Picking her up.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
That is 9 points of healing.
Okay. You, Loraya went before you, just so you're aware. She did, however, roll 2 successes, so completely fine. And you awake with this beautifully nice, flowery, druidic magic washing over you.
Yeah. It's warm. It's like a hot towel.
Yeah.
After you get out of a fresh hot robe, straight from the dryer after you get out of the shower.
Nice.
I look at her and I go, do you know how to close a portal to the Feywild?
Not really, no.
Cool. You want to try and Arcana this up and try and figure it out?
Sure.
There's just a gentle, like, humming, like, with the portal. The muffled cries of Hestia. And some weird bird.
Yeah, and we want to try and close the portal to the Feywild.
We still doing initiative, or can I jump in?
No, this is your free game now. The initiative was just to follow the death saving throws.
Yeah.
Sure. I approach the portal. I am not particularly efficient or proficient, I mean, at Arcana, but
Neither am
I do know my patrons somewhat. So, drawing on them from within me, if they were to guide me one way or another, I would like to make an Arcana check. That was
Yes,
just for
you
flair,
may.
honestly.
Please roll with disadvantage.
With a sheer? Okay. So that's a 2 and a 3.
Oh my god.
Can I roll a nature check to try and close this portal to like?
Yes, just bear with. Loraya, how are you going about this to sort of determine whether or not you would be able to close?
I am going off of vibes. I am like a girl that has too many crystals in her room, going with my hands up, like, okay, Ashir, like talking out loud to myself. Okay, Ashir, this is your shit. What do I do? And I listen, and I hear absolutely nothing. My psychic powers are not there.
You watch as the tips of your fingers glow like this crimson purple light, and there's a twinging pain in your hand. And obviously no reply.
As if I'm touching hot iron, I pull my hands back instinctively. And I kind of, you see a glimmer of fear, of genuine fear in my eyes. I'm like, I don't know, guys. I haven't dealt with the Feywild. I don't know. I dig up corpses. This is something wildly different.
Cool. Bellini, you are now free to tell me what you are doing first before I let you know what check it is.
I am trying to figure out like this is like a portal to the Feywild. It's like there's a lot of like wild nature magic running wild through here. I'm trying to figure out, it's like, can I channel that nature magic and use it to like slowly close the portal, like constrict it?
Sure, yeah, make
almost
a
like
make
vines growing over.
yeah, make one. Why not?
That is an 18 on the die plus 0, 18.
If you had the right combination of energy, then yes, you would be able to.
I tell that to Lorea. I look around for like I know I need some nature energy in here. I know I need maybe some fire to like cauterize the rift. But I look at Geo and I was like, you can apparently use some magic. Do you have any idea how to close this?
Can I use my astral spark to see if I can close it?
Yes. Make a Arcana check with advantage for me.
Okay. The first one was a 7. The second one was a 14.
14's good enough. You all watch. You're more feeling this. As the inside of his astral spark, not that he would know what that is, begins to radiate with this energy. It's almost like a spectral blue aura around him begins to grow, like taller and taller, and you watch this silhouette of Geo. He's still in his normal form, but this large, almost spectral figure of himself just reaches in and crushes the portal in his hand and sort of lets go and dusts it off. As you are doing that, Geo, there is a soft, almost gentle voice that just says, "Well done." And then it passes and it shrinks back in, all the way into what you can feel is almost your heart, your center. And there's a soft glow for maybe 30 seconds as that energy sort of fades.
No one asked me what that was because I couldn't tell you. I don't even know if I could do it again.
I look at Araya, who I know can like has like a some kind of like contract with some type of demon. I just like I look at Eth, and Eth just kind of goes, eh. I don't know if Ku can do magic. I know he has some weird like psychic stuff, but that seems more supernatural and less magical.
To clarify, does Bellini know about a contract?
I haven't told them, though I'm
that's
not
true.
very shy about.
Just because, as far
What
as I
kind of powers
remember,
I
there's
have?
never been any mention of a deal. You know that she can do
mentioned-
magic. To you, she might be just a very creepy sorcerer.
That's
She's
true.
mentioned some sort of.
She's mentioned some sort of demon. or,
Yeah, she's
like-
mentioned she knows something about demons. So you would know, but you wouldn't know it's a deal. You know, she's got
Yeah,
some
I was like,
sort of.
she does
ness.
creepy stuff.
She does creepy stuff. Yeah.
Bellini's just like, I was a dude with a haunted doll.
Equally as creepy. In
by-
my
yeah, I mean, F in like sack puppet form, like looks cute, but also like is creepy.
I'm
sure.
imagining like Jack out of The Incredibles. It's like a really cute, and then when it goes in, it's like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Awesome.
Like, but with like Coraline button eyes, which are
Yeah.
in theory a little creepy.
Yeah, that is a little
like inherently.
Mhm.
But he's just like, so Geo, that was new. I don't think I've ever seen you do that before. Ooh.
Well, that wasn't supposed to work that way. I know that much, but
As you're
I
all
just kinda
watching,
give him a high five.
as you're watching Gio sort of turn around, there's still that. It almost looks like starlight, like a tiny little star emanating from his chest, and it's just slowly fading as you guys are talking.
Ooh, yeah, when I channel my magic energy, it looks like I'm on fire sometimes. And or plants grow. One of the two. Sometimes it's just burning plants.
There's a soft.
all I know is it comes from up there, and I point up to the sky.
Are you from space? That'd be cool.
Could be.
Could be.
Could be.
I kind of look around, and then I guess we wait for the mayor to wake up.
There's a soft cheer and applause on the horizon, on the wind, as some of the villagers begin to tentatively creep back in. The maze is still there. The portal did nothing to sort of retract any of that magic. The entire almost quarter of this small village has been overtaken by vast hedges and crawling vines and somewhat beautiful flowers. You see a couple of them, some of the entrants into the competition are standing there, like scratching their heads, looking at their stall, which has been imbued with this weird fey architecture of plant, and strangely in admiration of, like, they're not quite sure what to do. The mayor still out for the count.
Is she alive or is she just unconscious?
She fainted. She was just
Okay,
unconscious.
Cool.
Lorea literally scared her to the point where she just fell. She passed out.
I slap her in the face.
Okay. Cool. Just a red welt across her face as she wakes up.
We saved your village. You're welcome.
What are you? Who are you people?
I'm Bellini. That's Gio. This is F. S is still in fire elemental form because he has another 50 minutes. That's Ku. And this is Lorea. And there's a crow somewhere.
Does this happen to you all the time?
It wouldn't have happened if we'd gone the diplomatic route.
I don't think it
Yeah.
would have happened if we showed up, because it just follows us wherever we go.
No. I think the portal would have opened because I think Hexa whatever, whose name I was like, I could not remember her name. We did throw her
Hestia?
through the portal. Hestia, thank you.
Yeah.
We did throw her into the Feywild portal. So
Yeah, Hestia was a little shit. This would have happened without us.
I mean,
I
you
threw-
really
you
should be
You
glad.
threw her through a what?
a portal into the Feywild. And
Yeah.
then we closed it.
I mean,
You're
she
welcome.
was
She
kind of
opened it.
annoying.
Yeah,
So-
she was planning this. I think she was possessed.
What?
She was definitely possessed. I can say that for certain.
Am I possessed?
No.
No.
Well, I think
you
you
know-
would be able to tell us if you were possessed.
I don't know. I don't know how any
I
of
don't-
this works.
I don't know that we've known you long enough to say whether you are possessed or not.
What have you done to my town? And she's sort of like looking across at and then she stops halfway and she's like, actually looks kind of cool, I guess.
Hestia did that, but if it looks good, we'll take credit.
You mean we did it because it looks
Yeah, totally. Uh-huh.
I mean, I'll ask around, and if they're okay with it, we'll just put it down to you guys. I'd rather not give her credit for anything, good or bad.
good? Well, she won't come back unless another
Well-
portal opens, but
Did anyone else see you
Giving-
through there? Or
Nah.
No.
okay, let's
Giving
just.
us credit does come with a payday. So,
Right. Yes, of course. The okay, and she like quickly wanders over to where the stage used to be and is like looking around, scratches her head, and then like dives headfirst into one of the hedges. And you hear a bunch of rustling around. Children begin to run around and are attempting to climb parts of the hedges, and their parents are telling them off, and some of them recounting how brave adventurers fought scary flowers and saved the day. And you see a couple of other halflings are just breathing with relief. There's soft petals drifting across in a very hypnotic display as the near disaster has found a nice but surprisingly beautiful resolution.
I pull out my first aid kit and I start putting Hello Kitty bandage. No, I start bandaging Loraya and I up.
Very nice.
Because I think it's no, Ku also. Did Ku also take damage?
I don't think he did.
Barely. Like a scratch.
I'm very grumpy because I was knocked out, and I blame the mayor for being a coward. So I can't muster a creepy or not smile anymore. I'm just like,
F stands there, cauterizes a wound on Bellini, just like little flame finger, and just goes, yeah. And then he looks at Loraya, finger still on fire.
yeah, get it over with. Jesus! Oh my god, there's no Jesus here.
Jeebus!
Don't worry, you can play to my god. You can pray to my god.
Oh, sheer. Jesus.
Okay.
Just a lot of dumb shit happens while we're waiting for the mayor.
You see you hear more rustling, and the mayor sort of climbs out of the hedge, brambles and a couple of flowers stuck in her curling hair. She's holding what appears to be a wooden block with a crystalline rose that looks to be what the trophy might have been, as well as under her arm just a small chest. And she waddles over, hands the trophy to Loraya, and hands the chest to Geo, knowing that you might be the stronger of the group just by the sheer size of you.
I take the trophy and I look severely underwhelmed, and I bend over to her, point a finger in her face. This better be fucking worth a lot.
Do you want to take a look at it?
Sure.
Yeah. Make a.
She's gonna do it regardless because she's very grumpy at the moment. But yes.
Make an Arcana check, yeah, because it is magic.
17.
Ooh. This thing, part of it, has been made, and you can see pieces of metal that's holding in place. But the actual crystalline rose is a magical item. Though you're not quite sure what it might do. For them, it seemed pretty simple. It might be something they have found, or it's been passed through generations, or things like that. Maybe it came with a passing merchant that didn't know its value, but this is some form of wondrous magical item.
Okay. I do not soften. I'm still grumpy. Even though I know this is probably a really good reward. I just... like... stow it away in my inventory or something like that.
Geo, inside your chest is 10 gold gemstone. So the gemstone's worth 10 gold, and there's 8 of them. So if you can roll a d6 for me, please.
Big money, no way.
3.
So they're translucent brown with a very golden center. So they're tiger eye gemstones. Each worth 10 gold. You have 8 of them. There's also 178 gold each worth of coinage in that chest.
Give everyone 2 gemstones and split the gold.
So there's 100 to make sure I heard you right. There's 178 gold for each of us.
Each person.
Or a
Yes.
Okay. This 178. Add.
Man, the amount of shit I should probably sell is just it's growing and growing.
That was me last session.
I just prefer it that way. Like I like giving you guys some gold, and then also you have these things that you, if you find the right people and you have the right like role play, then you would be able to, because it just adds a bit more flavor.
Listen, I have.
Oh yeah,
6
it's just funny walking around with 2 pearls, an amethyst, necklace worth 50 gold, 2 gemstones, a mule.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 6 vials of wyvern equivalent of wyvern poison.
Yeah, he does.
Which is worth 7,200 gold. Because they were in my notes section, and I was like, 6 vials of this really good poison.
Yeah,
I was
Sable
like, oh.
Spire is very rare.
Yeah. I was like, cool. I also should probably use this in a big boss fight against humanoid creatures.
But yeah,
not the
it
plants.
does whammy. It does whammy.
Yeah, because it hits for 7d6 on a failed saving throw, or half on a successful one. I was like, that's an average of 24 damage. We're level 4. If you got 10 points and if you hit me for 10 points of damage and that average poison damage, I'm unconscious in 1 hit. Like, holy fuck. That'd be a lot. Okay, hold on.
As you guys sort of dole out various different rewards and things like that, you see more and more villagers are beginning to crowd around and celebrate, and some of you clap you on the back, apart from Geo, because they can't reach. You notice that the tavern, in the wave of energy and explosion, part of it is now completely open, in the sense that the wall is no longer there, and you notice the innkeeper is slowly shovering large wooden timber to keep the rest of the foundation up. Some of the villagers are helping her set out chairs. They have now turned the previously very small inn into an inn with an open veranda, because they have no other choice. The wall is gone. Quite a weirdly beautiful arrangement, because part of the walls are now covered in Feywild sprinkled flowers, and where the crumbling pieces of wood are now, during this encounter, covered in moss and beautiful little daisies that sparkle in the sunlight. As night begins to descend, and you all sitting around having whatever drinks you were given, because it's free, you were all sat in that sort of open air, looking up at the beautiful night sky as it begins to become apparent. Geo, still feeling that tether up to the constellation above. There's a gentle talking and conversation that begins to roam around all of you, and just for a moment it all falls over all of them as you watch this beautiful flower where the portal used to be, gigantic and silver, petals shining like liquid gold, just unfurls, reflecting the night sky. Under the gentle glow of paper lanterns and starlight, the echoes of your final deeds linger like a gentle perfume alongside the lavender and honeysuckle. And we will end there, as you all sitting around watch this humongous architecture of Feywild plant, not hostile, but just beautiful, make itself known. And we will see you guys next week.
Yay.
-1, I believe.
Yeah, I won't be here next week.
For another
the week
episode
after.
of Campaign 1.
Right.
See you then.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye!
Bye.
Bye.
Eternity is a gift, they say, to never cross the veil. This life I try to savor, and I try to no avail. Curse that mortal brevity which has rent you from my arms. Curse this cold eternity without you to keep me warm. Your never-ending elegy is a ballad with no melody, as empty as I. Now you've passed me by. A blessing, no, a malady. Why do roses bloom in spring, only to wither and die? You were all that was good in me. Now back to darkness go I. Take with you my sanity, better madness than the pain of my want. All my effort is vanity, and I hear the ravens taunt. Your never-ending elegy is a ballad with no melody, as empty as I. Now you've passed me by. A blessing, no, a malady. My eternal malady. Eternity's a gift, they say, to never cross the veil. This life I try to savor, and I try